Good evening, everyone. I will call the Peace River Town Council regular meeting of Monday, November 25th to order at 5 p.m. We've got two councillors coming to us virtually, and if they could, one has her camera on, and if the other one could turn their camera on if possible, that would be great. Okay, we have the agenda in front of us. Are there any additions or deletions?
I have nothing, your worship, thank you.
Okay, perhaps someone would put forth the motion. Councillor Good.
Yeah, I'll move the council adopt the agenda of the November 25th, 2024 regular council meeting as presented.
Okay, we're clear on the motion. Everyone in favor?
In favor.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? None, so it is carried. We have the minutes of November 12th, regular council meeting. You've had a chance to review them. Are there any edits somebody would like to propose? If not, would someone please move the acceptance of those? Councillor Ford?
Yep, so moved.
Okay, so Councillor Ford is moving the council adopt the minutes of November 12th, 2024 regular council meeting as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
Opposed? None. It is carried. Thank you. Public hearings, we don't have any. However, presentations, we have two, and the first one is from ATCO. And if you would like to come forward and set yourself up, Ms. Broderick, and we'll go forth. Or do you want to wait for your?
I would like to wait for Shelley.
Okay. Well, then we can do this. Yeah, we can do a switcheroo then.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. And you two gentlemen perhaps are there. Okay, so if you would like to come forward and just press the microphone so it turns red and.
It's on the side there.
It's on the other side.
Somebody has moved it around a bit. If you just leave it red, it'll be active. And if you wouldn't mind stating your names as well, that would be great.
Okay, are we live? We good?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Thanks, Madam Mayor, for having us join your council meeting here today. So my name is Derek Young. I'm the Regional Director for Transportation Economic Corridors here based here in Peace River. And
yeah, my name is Patrick Levay. I'm the Bridge Manager for Transportation as well.
Great, welcome.
Thank you.
So you're going to talk, or is there a presentation coming on?
Well, no, yeah, there's no presentation.
Great.
I was going to maybe start with a bit of an introduction. I'm new to the area, new to the region. And actually Patrick's a bit new, so I was going to start with that, and then
Great.
and then we'll get started with kind of the items we have. So,
Okay.
as mentioned, I'm Derek Young. I'm the Regional Director for Transportation Economic Corridors. I started here January 2nd, after the departure of Chase Milligan, who moved over to the private sector. So I was with the department for 10 years in the Vermilion area, so east of Edmonton. I've been with the department 10 years, and really looking forward to the opportunity to come to Peace Region and be the regional director here and support our team to deliver great projects for the region. My family is here now. They're all settled in. My wife's a teacher, and so she's teaching at Good Shepherd. My kids are at school at Glen Mary, and have some connections to the area. My wife's family homesteaded in the Wanham area, and actually my first job in the area was in Falher. So that was my first employment out of school. So kind of felt like there was some, well, I must have drank the water here before I left because I had to come back, right? And so really excited to be back and being a part of the region. So. And so Patrick's been with the department here in Peace River for a few years, but recently became this spring became the bridge manager.
Yeah, I've been here since end of so after Tyler's unfortunate passing last year. So yeah.
So we've got one, I guess we were asked to kind of come and do, and I wanted to do a quick update on the Peace River Bridge, the Arch Bridge, which I'm sure everybody's really, anticipating that. I also have some other kind of updates in terms of some construction that's coming that would be of interest to the town. we have had some meetings with Pat and administration over the last, I have anyway. So we have a great working relationship, and looking forward to continuing that. And I guess the offer too is for myself to always attend a council meeting whenever there's something pressing, or we can work with administration on the day-to-day stuff, and you just kind of have an open invitation, I guess. If you guys need me to attend, I'd happy to do that. So maybe I'll get kicked off with the highway or the bridge. So we're currently in, I guess, in negotiations or discussions contractually with or without the contractor at this point. It's fairly early in the process, so there's not, unfortunately, a lot we can share in terms of timelines. Our focus, and this has always been the focus, is to deliver a good, safe project that's gonna ensure the longevity of the bridge for many years to come. And that remains our focus. The other part to that is to get it opened ASAP. So that's our focus. I've been pushing pretty hard on Patrick and his team to get that moving. And they're doing that. And I can appreciate from the distance or from the outside, it may look like nothing's happening. There is a ton of work happening to try and get this project delivered quickly, as quickly as we can. So, yeah, unfortunately, at this point, you're not going to see much progress until we can kind of get through that whole process. So, yeah, I can appreciate that's not the information that, council and even, the residents of the community were looking for. And we understand the disruption, and we appreciate the frustrations that, residents have had to endure for, in our opinion as well, too long, right? This isn't how we envisioned it going, and it's changed. So we're working through those changes and as quickly as we can.
Yeah, just to echo, like, safety is the number one priority, right? And as it stands right now, the bridge can't be reopened, unfortunately. The hangars are still deficient. There's still cracks. We still need to change those. And there was some challenges towards the tail end here that we're still working through, just like Derek mentioned. And over the next bid here, hopefully we have some clarity as to as far as the timelines go. But it's still a work in progress, unfortunately. So good.
So that's the major question we get asked,
Of course.
when?
When?
And I personally have given up saying anything about timeline.
Yeah.
So it was my understanding, though, that you're renegotiating a contract to kind of finish it off. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, so there's, we're in the process of, hearing, for a contractor, for some of the scope here, that wasn't finished, unfortunately. And we're also working through with the current contractor, through some of those challenges, I guess, right? So, yeah.
Councilor Good?
Yeah, just a clarification on the term. When you talk about the hangars, I would say, what are the hangars?
So the hangars are the 90 pipes that are suspended from the arch itself, actually supporting the entire bridge. So, yeah, all of those, several of those hanger cracks, that's what's preventing us from reopening. And they've all got, every single one has to get swapped out. So I'm sure you guys have heard the releases or the press releases in the past here on the radio and whatnot. There was some challenges surrounding the access within the tie member. And that plan had to get changed a few times. The initial time was pretty unfortunate. Total 180, we thought we had a concise plan, and unfortunately the outfit that owned some of the components that we needed went under, and everything went to, yeah, we couldn't continue down that path. So a new plan had to get put together, which is what we're working through right now. So
Yeah, and I mean, as you can appreciate, this is extremely specialized work, and there's not a lot of contractors. There's some contractors that just won't even, attempt it because of the technical kind of components of it. And, you do something wrong, and does it create a chain reaction of other problems? And so we were really pushing to go fast, and it's seeming like maybe we need to kind of make sure that all of our i's are dotted and our t's are crossed. So that when we sail through, we sail through,
So,
right?
yeah, and like, there's the hangar piece, and then there's also other, like, just like with any rehab or renovation, you open it up, you find stuff, right? And so there is a lot of that as well in the floor system, so. Yeah, that's where we are basically right now, as it stands.
Well, thank you for the explanation. It's just good to hear it from the source.
Yes.
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so now we know we can tell people that we're waiting on the hangars and contracts and
Yeah.
we're checking safety all the time,
Yeah.
really.
A commitment from our shop is to make sure that the town is up to speed, so we'll, you know, through administration, keep the town apprised of, you know, advancements as they progress. You know, we want to make sure that our municipal partners are aware of what's happening, because I can appreciate you guys are fielding a lot of calls and a lot of concerns, and I don't like that. Frankly, you know, it's our project, it's not a town project, but we do appreciate the support from the town, you know, to this point for sure. Yeah, just didn't go the direction we had hoped. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I know we all appreciate the new bridge
Mhm.
and that's been delightful compared to what we were driving on. So I guess we just are kind of in wait mode and that's the way.
And that's a good point, and maybe I'll bring that up, you know, in terms of, we've had some requests to raise the speed limit through the detour for the time being, and it's really the west crossover. It's fine for cars, but we're worried about trucks being able to navigate that crossover, and so for safety reasons, we're gonna keep it at 50. As much as it's an inconvenience, I do think, you know, and coming into this project kind of part way, the community's handling it really well, right? And so we do appreciate the, you know, the respect that people are showing to the detour. They're adhering to the speed limits mostly, right? And so, you know, town residents and folks passing through have been excellent in terms of managing it. And we're asking for a bit more patience as we move through that. So is there any more questions about the bridge? I do.
Well, it's kind of going west off the bridge. We now have a little concrete barrier there. What might that be about?
Yeah, and that's a good segue into my next stuff. So, I spoke with our construction manager, and we've got some projects coming up. So Highway 744 is the next one. We're anticipating it to move ahead in 2025. So that'll bring new asphalt through town, and I do believe we have some agreements with the town to do some other work at that same time. So that work's moving ahead, and we're really looking forward to having that complete.
Just to add to that, we got the on the west end of the arch bridge, just underneath, we've got the 90th Street paving lumped into this as well, so that'll get touched up on that contract too.
So we're gonna do the 90th Street paving. We're gonna look at the dips on either side of the CN bridge as you're going westbound, right? When you're going through it, we're gonna try and fix those, as well as that.
The heaving.
The
So
heaving.
basically, what that is from the twinning project, when we opened up that hill, there was a whole bunch of springs that developed. Or pre-existing springs, and what we're seeing is just a continuation of that, so there's a whole bunch of subsurface drainage in that hill that's been built into it. Yeah, unfortunately, that's gonna have to get further investigated as to what the cause is.
Yeah.
So we're lumping that repair in, we're gonna do the investigation and lump that repair into the 744. So next year, all of those kinds of odds and ends should be kind of wrapped up in with the Highway 744 project. And then in 2026, Highway 743, so going north past the Home Hardware. Some of this is for me because I'm new to the area. That's going in 2026 as an overlay. So that's another opportunity for us to potentially partner with the town on delivering some other paving projects. You know, we're happy to kind of work with the community, or even, you know, we notice some benefit even just tendering at the same time. So when we tender our project, the municipality tenders theirs, the contractors see, oh, there's more work, and they, you know, they can maybe get better pricing for all of us. So that's something that we'll continue to kind of share that information with.
How far up 743? How many kilometers will?
The expense.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Mhm.
I'll follow that up.
Sure.
I kind of just assumed the whole thing, but you know, up to 96, but
I don't know,
yeah,
there's no bridge, so.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do
metal
with it.
to-
I'll find that out and follow up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are, that's kind of the, I guess, the end of my updates. I guess if there's any questions from council, I'm happy to.
There's one thing that I'll add, so the sign package that you guys see is remnants from the twinning project for the most part, is with the next contractor adding barrels and whatnot, but you guys will be seeing some changes. We're with no contractor currently on site. We're gonna be putting everything on permanent posts, so it'll be less of a maintenance headache for everybody.
Oh, the
So-
70 or 80 won't keep kind of.
Exactly.
Coming on and turning off, yeah, yes.
Good. No, the other one, I just kind of think it's quirky. Come off the bridge at 50, then you can go 60 for
On the off
a
ramp,
few feet, and then you're down the ramp and,
at a stop sign.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's just whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, so we've got LaPrairie working on that to kind of clean that up and
okay,
kind of set it for winter, I guess,
yeah,
you know.
great. Counselors, questions?
I don't know.
Counselor Scanlon?
This has to do with the boat access or the boat launch access down in Lower West Peace. So one of the kind of side effects of the bridge project and hauling water to there was that access got beat up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm quite sure at one point in time, that was like, oh, well, once we're kind of done the project, we can kind of fix that up too, because a bunch of the trucks were
Still-
accessing that. Is that a possibility still?
Well, so I talked to Pat actually brought this up to me a little while ago, so I dug into that a little bit, and I talked to our consultant who had mentioned that there was an agreement directly with the association. Between the association and Flatiron, the joint venture that created the 20. And from what he told me, I can't say, I didn't see it, but from what they told me is that they had conducted some repairs already.
Okay.
And so, to their understanding, they were square basically. I don't know if that's the case or not. I haven't seen pictures or whatnot or proof of that, but that's my understanding basically. So at this point, we don't have nothing really planned for the boat launch results, so.
Any other questions? Counselor Carr?
I understand the toe of your hill is encroaching on some private land on this side of the. I just wondered if there was any progress on that.
Yeah, so that, that one, as you know, council, there's some drainage stuff going on in that area, right? So we're kind of trying to look at it holistically as opposed to just the right of way thing. I think there's right of way concerns and there's drainage concerns and there's some other things. And so I've tasked the team to kind of look at it holistically. And so we're working through that for sure. And I appreciate that it's, maybe taking a little bit longer, but there's a bunch of iterations and we're trying to figure out kind of where it went sideways and how that, because we're going to be asked when we search for funding to correct that problem, right? So we need to know where it went sideways and then present our plan going forward. So that it's definitely on our radar and we're continuing to work through it. Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions, counselors? Well, thank you, gentlemen, for the update, and we appreciate that Main Street's going to get looked at next year and up Weberville sort of thing, and we'll always be watching what's happening on the old bridge.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So thank you.
You bet. Thanks for having us.
Thank you again.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, our next presenters are from ATCO Electric, and it looks like everyone's here.
Yes, I ended up with one more than I was
Oh,
expecting.
well, that's good too.
We're doing well.
Now, so if you could just turn the microphone back on and introduce everybody and we'll go forth.
Nice and cozy in here compared to that outside thing. Sure.
Sure, well, thank you for having us. My name is Shelley Abram. I'm a customer service supervisor out of Grand Prairie, but I look after the Peace River area. Here with me, we have James Hammond. He is our regional manager for the Peace River District.
Hello.
And Carol Brodrib is our customer sales rep for Peace River. and high level. So we wanted to talk to you about streetlights today, basically, is what we're here for. So started out with something really positive. We actually have a check for you guys. So-
We're all gonna fall off our chair. We're not used to that kind of thing, so.
I'm not sure who wants to take that, but it's what we have is it's actually a street light out penalty. So is what happens is because you have invested lights. If we are overdue, like we don't fix our lights within 2 weeks after we do our patrol, we do get a penalty, and that is just a penalty from 2023. So we're happy to present you with that. And we promise we're gonna get better for next year, so.
Well, thanks for paying up.
We just wanted to give you a couple updates, I guess. Carol, do you want to chat about the LED conversion?
So we have been working away on the LED lights. As they went along, they were doing some streetlight repairs, which is why it's kind of dragging, because they figure if they're there, they'll do underground or whatever they've got going on. So they tell me they have 150 lights left. So we're getting there. We're getting there. And you'll find now that once the LED lights are on, unfortunately next year, we probably won't have very many lights out. So you won't be getting a big check from us. That's the plan. But the LED lights really are quite a bit more long lasting. Have you had any comments on the lights?
Yes, from me, it's great.
Oh, good.
I had one LED and one high pressure sodium, whatever the heck that other one is, and then that one got changed out, and I like took pictures while they were there, because it was great, and I was at the front window, and now the light is just perfect, thank you.
Oh,
So
great.
you said we had 150 left. How many were there in total?
You know, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just,
Yeah, I'm thinking somewhere around 1,000 for total number of lights. But how many that means we've changed,
yeah.
I just keep poking them and saying, how many more? How many more? So. Are there any questions about streetlights?
So, okay, so I noticed ATCO had dug a hole in front of the end of Main Street, just around the corner of TJ's Restaurant in that area. Is that to do with lights or is that something else?
Yeah.
Is that gas?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, not your deal.
Whoosh.
Yeah.
We do have a little trouble with crows down at that corner. They really like that transformer. But we put up some bird deterrents, so hopefully they'll find a new location that doesn't affect people's electricity.
All those crows are smart birds, so
Yes.
who knows?
Yeah,
Well, this is good. 150 left.
yeah. Not sure.
So if there's no more questions, I just wanted to leave you with maybe some information. So what we offer to communities is the equipment loaner program. So we have our tents and barbecues that we actually loan out for community events that are free of charge. So if you're having any type of fundraiser, any town festival or anything else, you can definitely borrow our tents and barbecues at no cost. So there's just an application process. So all the information is on there. We'll share it with you as well.
The website for borrowing the tents is being redone, but generally we don't get a lot of tent requests other than pond hockey in the cold weather.
So if you want it outside of our normal hours or our normal year hours of like April to October, just give Carol a call
Yeah.
and she can book the tents for you locally instead.
Well, that's great.
And then this isn't new news, but I brought some more of these. This is to remind you that you can put the ATCO app onto your phone. And you can tell it your address and your site ID. And if there's an outage, you just open it up and it'll be a dot right where you want to look. I brought enough that I don't know how many visitors you get into the office, but I brought a few spares. And then always, I know ATCO is always concerned about safety, and I'm sure the town is anxious that people are not digging without finding out what is underneath. So I brought you a few of those brochures. It used to be, where's the line? And now it's, it's basically the same service, but it's Utility Safety Partners. And if you're ever looking for some good, maybe some reminder safety videos for, you know, when you're holding a safety day with your staff, there are some great little videos on there about, you know, gas and electricity and just safety oriented stuff, but it's really great quality, teaching material. So that's all the goodies we brought you.
Well, sounds pretty good. Counselors, any questions? Cool. Well, thank you, and I don't know, I haven't really heard any negative things with respect to the streetlight changeover, either the actual work being done or what the end result is. So thank you for that, and we're looking forward to everybody saving a little bit on the cost of the actual electricity going through those lights, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for coming from Grand Prairie for a short time. Okay, so our next section, we have bylaws, and the first one is bylaw number 2164, line of credit borrowing bylaw for 2025 with Mr. Mumford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first item this evening is bylaw 2164, which is approval of the town's line of credit. This is something that comes forward for council's approval every year, so I won't read through all of the details. The options are to approve or to decline to approve maintaining the town's line of credit with Alberta Treasury Branch. Currently, the limit on that is $6 million. We have not been using it for the past couple of years. But it is useful to have, especially the most useful time is if we're starting a capital project, we don't quite have the debenture funding in place. So it's kind of a transitional bridge financing used for that purpose. The interest rate on it is prime plus 1%. So I'll take any questions on that. Thank you. Oh, and we're looking for first, second, and third reading on the bylaw this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Good?
One thing I noticed in here, because we've done this a number of different times, and I think part of the understanding is like when you're starting a project, there may be grants coming in or dollars coming in to fund certain amounts. And this is basically to float you over this kind of the sort of the hills and valleys of a project. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Okay, I can't see counselors. Oh, here we go. Any questions, Counselor Shannon, Counselor Boychuk?
I'm good at this point, thank you.
Any others?
So we're not borrowing any money, we're just having our line of credit available. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it's a pretty decent rate, or at least the best we can manage at this point in time. So would someone propose a motion maybe for first reading? Counselor Ford?
Thank you, Your Worship. I put a motion on the floor that council provide first reading to bylaw 2164, a bylaw to establish a line of credit at the Alberta Treasury Branch.
Okay, everyone understands the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
In favor.
It is carried. Thank you. Would someone like to go forth for second reading? Counselor Good?
I'll move second reading of bylaw 2164, a bylaw to establish a line of credit at the Alberta Treasury Branch.
Okay. Should we put in their line of credit borrowing bylaw for 2025? Do you want that part in, or does it?
It's fine.
There it is. Okay, great. Thank you, Counselor Good. Everyone understands Counselor's Good's motion. Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
In favor.
Opposed? It is carried. Perhaps someone would put forth a motion to have this placed for second reading.
I'll move that bylaw number 2164 be placed for third reading.
Thank you. Everybody's understanding the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
It is carried. Perhaps someone would like to put forth a motion for third reading.
You can go. Actually, I didn't get it here, so.
I'll do it.
Okay, Councillor Carr, are good?
I'll move third reading of bylaw 2164.
Okay, thank you. Everyone's clear on the motion. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
Thank you. It is carried. Thank you, Mr. Mumford. Now onwards to short-term borrowing MasterCard bylaw 2165.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar to the previous 2164, this establishes our ability or maintains our MasterCard with Alberta Treasury Branch. So it's currently set at $150,000 is the shared limit across the organization. So again, the options before council are to approve for second and third reading of bylaw 2165 or to decline. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions on this matter? Councillor Carr?
What sort of interest rate do we pay on that, Sam?
I don't know offhand, Councillor Carr. I would expect that it's in the realm of like what a traditional credit card would be, but it's not something that's a matter, practically speaking, because we pay the balance every month. Like we don't incur interest charges on those accounts.
Okay, any further questions? Perhaps someone would move first reading? Councillor Good?
I'll move first reading to bylaw 2165, a bylaw to establish short-term borrowing at the Alberta Treasury Branch for the town's MasterCard account.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everyone's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
In favor.
Okay, it is carried.
I'll move council give second reading of bylaw 2165 MasterCard borrowing bylaw for 2025.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's clear on the motion for second reading? All those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
Okay, it is carried. Perhaps someone would move to be placed for third.
Yes, your worship, I'll put a motion on the floor to move bylaw 2165 to be placed for third reading.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, then, clear on the motion, so all those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
It is carried. Thank you. And perhaps a third motion for third reading.
I'll move council give third reading to bylaw 2165 MasterCard borrowing bylaw for 2025.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, then, all those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
Great, it is carried. Thank you, Mr. Mumford. And next up, we're going to have bylaw number 2166, election bylaw, and Ms. Parsons will brief us on this one.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Manager, and Council. I'll just bring up bylaw so we can move on. So as you are all aware that the municipal election is next year in October. And so administration has been preparing, looking into some of the changes that have been made to the Local Authorities Election Act recently. Just going over what bylaws the town already has in place,
and what changes we might like to see. So you'll see that we're proposing to repeal all of the existing bylaws and just amalgamate everything into one bylaw. In some areas, suggesting that perhaps we don't add in portions of the bylaws that we have in existence and then adding some pieces as well. And I'll go over those as we move through the report. So the first section that I'm proposing that we add in, and I'll just, the LAEA is fairly structured in how it's set out. So there's not a lot of areas where the local authority has options, but there are some. And there are some within the LAEA that require a resolution and some that require bylaws of a local authority. And so you'll notice that even though in some areas it only requires a resolution, we're suggesting to put it into a bylaw. And this is just so that you're not always having to come back to council to pass resolutions about these matters. And it's also just, we're not worried about deadlines. Then there's lots of strict deadlines within the LAEA. And so this just covers us, then it's already done. We don't have to worry about those. So I'll point those out as well. And although it is already fairly structured and we don't have a lot of options, the bylaw doesn't contain everything that a municipality can do, but it does include all of the things that I think we will want to do and that we have been doing in the past or might like to do. Go through those as well. So first we have the joint elections. It's my understanding that typically the school divisions have come to us to run their elections at the same time, so that we typically enter into an agreement with them for funding and who does what, just clarity of roles. Had different types of agreements in my past for running elections and how much involvement there is. So including this in the bylaw just allows administration to enter into those agreements and negotiate them without needing to come forward for a resolution every time. Make sure there's no questions popping up.
Okay, so with respect to that, the town would be deciding where the polling booths are. They wouldn't have to have a special one for the school division.
That's right. So it would be just for the residents of Peace River School Division that would vote here. It would all be at our polling station. Or sometimes you can have, I'm trying to remember how it went before. I think sometimes you can have residents that wouldn't be voting in your election.
Right.
That can come
Their
to your polling
wards,
station,
yeah.
but they can't vote in your municipal election, but they can come get
Yeah.
their school board one. So that's all laid out in the agreement, how they're planning to do it and how what they want you to do specifically. So that would all be in the agreement.
Good, I was just hoping that there would not be an obligation to have one in, I don't know, the south end of town because of some ward issue. Okay, thank you.
So the next one is criminal record checks. This is new this year to the Local Authorities Election Act. The province just recently added this option. Municipality may by bylaw by the December 30th prior to the year of the municipal election, and that the local authority make it mandatory for candidates to provide a criminal record check with the submission of their nomination papers. But otherwise, it's pretty general. It leaves it open from there. You can see the screenshot of that section in the report. So if adopted, nomination papers would not be accepted unless accompanied by a criminal record check. I'm guessing that they've added this for a few reasons. It's just giving more information to electors on the candidates. And there is a section in the LAEA that talks about ineligibility. And in that section, there are certain acts that if you've been convicted of an offense under that act, you're not eligible to run. And so before, if you wanted to really do some research and dig into it, you would have had to look this up yourself, and now that would be listed right there in this criminal record check. Not that the returning officer could decline to accept someone's nomination papers if they were ineligible with underneath that clause, but even with the criminal record check, but it gives that information to the candidates or to the, to the electors. And so just a little bit more information and transparency, completely up to council if they want to include that. I've included some proposed language in the bylaw, so you could see what that would look like, or options open to you of what that would look like. But it's not mandatory, and we don't have to include that. At this time, I'm not clear either on how many municipalities are and how many are not. Again, it's new and the amendments just came out in October, so it's still pretty early. But certainly something that we can consider.
So if we were to say, yes, we would like this criminal record check, they can still put nominations in no matter what with their criminal record check. And then at some later point in time, somebody could say, well, it was that particular criminal act, so therefore you're disqualified.
So what
How
happens?
does that work?
Yeah, thank you. So what happens is you submit your nomination papers, and the nomination papers are open for people to come in and review. So I would redact out the portions of like your mailing address, your personal contact information that wouldn't be open to the public, but otherwise, who you're signing, the fact that you accepted the nomination, who signed for you, that kind of thing. People can come in and review your nomination papers. So this would be part of that package. They would come in and they would review your nomination paper along with your criminal record check. And so then they would be able to see specifically if maybe this individual were ineligible under clause 22 sub D1 of the Local Authorities Election Act. And then they could contest your nomination as a candidate, someone's nomination as a candidate.
Councillor Good and then Councillor Ford.
I can see the reason behind it as far as the Election Act. I can really see that because you're basically, you're in a democratic process and you're supposed to follow the terms of that democratic process. But this almost seems like a seine net to catch you doing that. You're catching a whole bunch of other stuff with it that either may or may not be relevant. For example, and I'm speaking of this as a person who has no criminal record and I've had my check, so it doesn't affect me personally one iota. But you can have a person who's got they're 50 years old, they screwed around when they were 22, they have a criminal record, it's there. So it's not a transgression of the Election Act. But now becomes public knowledge, which again, I mean, if you have a criminal record, it's to some degree public knowledge if a person wants to find it in any case. I'm a bit uncomfortable. I'm just having a bit of discomfort on casting such a wide net when you can't exclude them for, like, Canadian Criminal Code is like really thick. And the Election Act has like 3 lines. So you're casting a net that catches a whole big book to capture 3 lines. When I think there could be other mechanisms. And I mean, I don't care. It doesn't hurt me at all. But I just, sometimes I have difficulty when it's almost like a fishing expedition. And the public may have a right to know the quality of the candidates, what the candidate's past is. Those other arguments are certainly valid. I'm always sort of taking a look at the size of the net and what you're trying to stop, especially when, even if they're in transgression of those things, the returning officer can't say no. I mean, I don't know, it just confuses me when I'll leave it at that. I'm just confused as to why this is the methodology. And I'm wondering if the province, if we could find something from the province when they were rewriting the Elections Act, why they wanted this in there and what purposes they had in it. Because hearing their justifications as to why might make it very, very clear to me. And would you be able to maybe make an effort to look into that, see if you can find out what some of their arguments were to go down this route?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Ford?
I kind of see where where Councillor Good's going with this, because like in your comments, when you were like 18 and mucking around, let's say you got an impaired way back in the day and you're 50 and you're running for counseling, like what does that have to do with running for council? But, so I understand where you're going with that. However, the one thing that, like, for me, my criminal record's on file with the town already. It's on file with amateur sports in town because I have to have it. But, the one thing that I would like to see is if the council chooses to go with the criminal records check, there's a second box on the criminal records check or your CPEC check that you should check off, and that's your vulnerable sector check, which is part of the criminal records check. It's not mandatory. It's a little bit more in depth criminal record check because they're also checking for crimes against children and crimes against seniors, which is that vulnerable sector check, which I'd like to see.
Other comments?
I'm not as comfortable with that. And not again for any personal reasons, except that the vulnerable sector check includes charges for which there is no conviction. It includes charges where there is not enough evidence to have a conviction. So it brings up something when there's no evidence of any crime or behavior being there. And that I have difficulty with when people are, like, to my mind, if you're charged with something and you're acquitted, or you're charged with something and nothing happens, you're innocent. I have the old line, innocent until proven guilty. But there's a lot of people who look at that and go with the other line, where there's smoke, there's fire. And you have those balancing kind of issues. A criminal records check that says you were convicted of something, hey, have at her. You did it, you know, what do they say? Don't do the crime unless you're willing to do the time, right? Got no problem with that. But I do have a problem with, especially in terms of vulnerable sector checks, because they can involve family issues, they can involve all different kinds of stuff for which there is little if any evidence. So that's just, I'm just bringing that up. And I know that to be true, so.
Yeah, just to contradict that though, the vulnerable sector check only shows up on your criminal records check if you're convicted. If you're charged and nothing becomes of it, it's not on your record.
Wrong. But
So that's probably, that would be probably something
I'm
that,
saying, you
like,
get that verified.
yeah, exactly. That's something that administration can look at.
Then you would keep the box if you're convicted, it would go in your regular criminal record check.
It's a more in-depth look.
Well,
And that in this particular job does not involve working in vulnerable sectors, so I don't know that we need to tie up administration or RCMP time looking into something that's irrelevant.
No time involved.
that's cost.
Pretty simple, straightforward.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, some counselors would like clarification on any background to why the province would have suggested the criminal record check. And second, I'm hearing some counselors would like the vulnerable, what is it called?
Vulnerable sector check, but as Councillor Good said, it's something that administration can research first.
Like in what sense?
Well, the question I would have is, if it showed things for where there was no conviction, would you still
I
want
don't think it does.
My question is if. My question is really clear. If it shows an accusation without a conviction, do you still want it there?
I don't think.
Yeah,
no, I see where you're
My
going. No,
question's
if there's
really
no
clear.
conviction, there is no conviction, so I wouldn't want it. I don't care.
Thank you.
Yeah. But if there is a conviction,
So-
different.
So for clarification, I guess the question about the vulnerable check is whether or not a charge goes on the check rather than a conviction only.
Yeah, I can look into both.
And I've had my vulnerable sector, so again, this is not something that.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, we've all done that.
Thanks,
Thank
Dawn.
you. Okay, next up,
The next one is deposit. So that is one where I'm suggesting that we repeal the current bylaw and amalgamate it into this bylaw. So currently, we have a bylaw that requires a $25 deposit to be paid with the submission of nomination papers. The LAEA allows council to consider removing this requirement completely, increasing the deposit required to a maximum of $100 or reducing the amount. In the language in the proposed bylaw, I've kept it at the $25 that's currently contemplated in bylaw 928. However, council has the discretion to change that as I stated. And then this is a deposit. So if you are elected, you get this money back. And if it also says if a candidate obtains a number of votes at least equal to 1/2 the total number of votes cast for the candidate elected to office with the least number of votes, they also get their money back. If they don't meet that, then it becomes a revenue to the town. So council can decide how they want to move forward with that, the deposit amount as well.
so keep the deposit amount or not, have it at 25 or up to 100.
Yes, the LAEA only allows up to $100 for the size of our municipality. That's the maximum. The bylaw 928, I should note, was passed in 1974, so it is getting a little up there.
Okay, Councillor Scammellhorn,
Probably based on inflation, 100 wouldn't be even proportional to the 25 that it used to be. And I would say move it to 100 in that it prevents, frivolous nominations.
any other comments on this one? Councillor Carr?
My concern would be $100 may limit, maybe a certain section of the population to not be able to afford to pay that.
Councillor Shannon?
Where does the money go that you collect from that?
So it would be set aside until after the election, because it needs to be kept separate until we decide if it goes back to the candidate. And if they don't qualify, then section 30 sub 4 says the deposit shall be paid into general revenue of the local jurisdiction for which the deposit requirement has been published.
So it's not exactly like we depend on the $25 to cover costs or anything.
Nope, it's just to go, it's just to accompany your nomination papers. Presumably it's to stop exactly kind of what Councillor Scammellhorn was referring to, for people maybe frivolously.
But I'd like to know what you mean by frivolous.
Like someone submit a nomination for, someone that doesn't exist, a puppet, TV character, these are all things that have actually, a dog, these are things that have happened on the planet, that kind of thing.
Simply having a little bit more skin in the game, I suppose. But it's up to council
Or
completely
someone
how they
running
want
just
to
for
do
a
that.
gag or whatever, it sort of keeps everybody that's in the field, like, they're there because they mean it.
Any other comments on this aspect? Anybody object if it was raised to 100?
I would object to that. I would like to see it a little less than that.
Anybody object if it was 25?
25 is fine.
Fine.
So, and that means that everybody's fine with a deposit. So if you were gonna object, then you should say object to 25 because I don't want anything.
Just, if you wouldn't mind keeping in mind, your worship, it costs far more than $25 for us to have to refund those that go back.
Yes. Mhm. Okay, so I think, there was an objection if it was 100. Did I see that?
There was 2 out of 7 objections, if it was 100. So
How about 50? Cut her in half.
Anybody object if it was 50?
50 is good.
Good.
Okay, Ms. Parsons, it looks like it's a go-ahead with 50.
Yeah.
On this,
Negotiate.
remembering that we go through 3 readings on this one eventually.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so thank you for that one, and now,
So now new to an election bylaw, voting stations. So under the LAEA, Peace River is considered one voting subdivision. So section 37 allows council to pass a bylaw to allow the returning officer to select more than one voting station for one voting subdivision. So we're proposing to add this language to the bylaw so that we could establish more than one voting station in Peace River. So for example, we could have a voting station down here on this side of the river, and we could have it up on the West Hill on the other side of the river, so residents on either side could access a voting station on election day. So the bylaw is not specific as to where, that's up to the returning officer to decide and set. But it gives that ability without having to return to council for a resolution.
okay, do I remember correctly, 2021, do we have one voting station up at the ski hill? During quasi-COVID rules as well, I think.
Well, first, can you imagine if we had an accident on the bridge on election day? Goodness gracious.
Mrs. Miller?
I was just gonna say, when you want good turnout and good representation, you want to have more voting stations than not. And we do have, we have little to no public transportation, so the more stations we can put out, the better opportunity for the voters to vote. Similarly, the more advanced voting opportunities. So a combination of the both. If you, council enables us to do so, then it should increase opportunities for those to vote and turn out.
So the advanced voting station, maybe it's stepping ahead here, but
Little bit.
yeah. That doesn't have to be at 2 stations though, does it? I'm thinking of costs were mentioned and we're adding up.
The advanced vote doesn't have to be, but this allows on so this is currently contemplating election day, voting stations on election day.
Okay.
This is allowing the returning officer to establish more than one station in a voting subdivision. So I'm a returning officer, so theoretically I can establish a location here and a location on the West Hill as polling stations for that day.
Okay, councilors, any objection to having more than one polling station?
No.
It looks like that concept's good to go.
Okay, so the next is special ballots. So the LAEA allows electors on the permanent elector register, or if you're not on there, you can update your records to be on the permanent register, to apply to vote by special ballot. So basically this is mail-in ballot. They're very strict. It is a cumbersome process with a lot of envelopes and strategies of how you have to stuff those, all laid out in the LAEA, and that we type up very specific instructions and send out to everyone. However, section 77(1) sub 2 allows us to prescribe how an application for a special ballot may be made. So in the draft language of the bylaw, suggesting that any form that it is made is in writing. So I have in writing, handed in person, by email, or by secure website if available. So if we make it available on our town webpage to apply. And this to be clear, is just for the application to vote by special ballot. Once you make the application, then we would mail out your special ballot package. You have to mail it back in, it gets recorded, and then those votes don't actually get counted until election day. In addition to that, you can also determine when the deadline for receipt of a special ballot package is. In the bylaw, it is proposing that the cutoff be the Friday prior to the municipal election. In my opinion, I think there's enough going on election day, not to have to worry about if any more special ballots were received. So having that cutoff on Friday, you know what special ballots you have, they go to the polling station with you or the counting station with you for counting. So that all of that language is contemplated in the draft bylaw as well. Any questions on that
Okay,
section?
so the question is whether to allow these special ballots, basically mail-in ballot, and then some others from there. So councilors, what do you think? Councilor Ford, Councilor Good?
You had made a comment that this is very cumbersome, so how much extra work is it to do this process for the amount of people in Peace River that will actually vote?
So it's really only cumbersome if you get people who register to vote that way. I might have to look a little bit closer, but from my understanding, from the new way this is written, I'm not sure how much of a choice we have. We used to have a choice. And you used to be able to, it used to be very specific. You had to be out of the country or the province maybe. You had to be sick or physically unable to leave your home in order to even qualify. And now it's very, it just says unable to vote at an advanced vote or voting station on election day may apply to vote by special ballot. So it's just simply if you are not available to.
Yeah, I myself, I don't care either way. I was just curious of how much extra work it is for administration to do that.
A bit. I've done it before, successfully, so, and I think we only had 6 applications at the time I had done it, so it wasn't, the fewer you have, the less work it is.
Was it in a population of this size?
Yes, it
Okay.
is. Mhm.
Councilor Good?
Yeah, I think voting should be, eligible people should be able to vote if possible. And there are people who are in the hospital, for example. There are people who are out of town and in the hospital, for example, that domicile in Peace River. I mean, you can be down in Edmonton for treatment, for example, during an election period. Your home is here, and this would allow that kind of a thing to occur. So I think that as long as the controls are in place as to the process, then I think it's a step of making it inclusive for people who would otherwise be excluded. And I believe that people have a right to hear, especially in democracy, have a right to have their votes heard. So I would support that.
Any other comments? This one? Any councilors, any objections to having special ballots? It looks like that was okay.
The next section is institutional voting stations. So this allows us to establish voting stations in treatment centers or supportive living facilities within the town to set up voting stations there on voting day. And so again, this is one of those where we could establish it by resolution, but by just putting it in the bylaw, it allows the returning officer to work with those facilities to determine if it's wanted and if it is, to be able to set that up without having to approach council each time. Again, I've done this in the past. We've set up, the morning long-term care, and then in the afternoon at another institutional voting station, and you just had 2 individuals go and set up polling stations there. And just again, increase that access and ability to vote on election day.
So this is on election day, it's not advanced poll. Okay, so councilors, any comments on this one? Any objections to institutional voting stations being established. Looks like this wants to go forth.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
How do you cover all of these different spots? You just drive around from location to location to location? Because it seems like you're kind of getting spread a little thin.
So, a lot of it will depend too on the amount of the staff that we are able to hire on to help work the polling stations and the institutional voting stations. But those two, the institutional, it's the same two people. So you determine what time those polling stations will be set up and you have to advertise it. The LAEA is very specific on that advertising. You have to post notices at the institution. So if we were gonna go to the long-term care in the morning, it would be, 10 a.m. to noon, we're at long-term care. And so that's the time that they get to vote. Then you pull down, tear down, go to the next place. Maybe you're there for 2 hours again. So it's the same two people. So that doesn't have any additional impact on resources if you don't have to have 2 people here and 2 people there and 2 people
I just thought for you being returning officer.
Nope. So we'll go drive around and check up on them if they needed. Last time we just kind of kept in touch, and if they needed anything, they knew that's around it. We'll have some deputy hearing officers around as well.
if it's convenient for me to go to one of these institutions at that time and I don't live there,
No,
I can't vote
you
there.
have to live there.
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
seems that one's good.
So, and then I just had a note, this is one of those areas where we have the option to allow this. I have not included it in the bylaw. It's elector assistance at home, where you would have people who would sign up to do voting from home and people would drive around and actually go to your house to allow you to vote. I have not included that in the bylaw. I feel with institutional voting, advanced voting, voting by special ballot or mail-in ballot, that we've covered that. If council wanted to consider that in the bylaw, we can. And it is another one of those ones that's by resolution. So if something changed in the future, it's still an option, but I have not included it there.
Any objections to excluding this one? Okay,
And then the last note is the printing of ballots. So we have Town of Peace River bylaw 2092, the ballot bylaw. This is in accordance with section 43 sub 3, which talks about printing of ballots and how ballots are set up. And in this case, it's allowing for ballots to be printed in lots. So basically you get a set of ballots. The first set is printed in alphabetical order. Then the next set is printed in alphabetical order with the first name from that ballot last, and so on until you get the last ballot with the last name first. I hope that explanation made sense. So in this case, I'm proposing to repeal that bylaw and just have plain ballots that are in alphabetical order. And that's it. However, that is up to council. And we can amend the bylaw to include the language of 2092 to print the ballots in lots, or we can repeal it and then they would just be printed one set in alphabetical order.
so the idea behind this is that people don't check off the first, whatever it is, 1 or the first 6, then forget about anybody else in the list, right? So they
Right.
have to look and see. Okay, so councilors, questions? Discussion?
I actually like the idea of having, so it doesn't matter who's running, everybody has opportunity to have their name at the top of the ballot, at the bottom of the ballot.
So you would be in favor of doing it in lots then?
Yeah.
Others, Councilor Good?
Well, I'm a gambling man, I'm just kidding, but you could do it in random order too. I mean, you can't do it in random order, they don't allow that, it's either alphabetical or nothing,
Mhm.
alphabetical or rotating.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, thanks,
The LAEA is very prescriptive in that.
all right.
you're just doing it on a computer, it might be easier to do the random business, but when you have to print the papers and coordinate some stuff.
If you did it wrong, we wouldn't be able to run the selection anyways.
Okay, any other comments on this one? Okay, so does anybody object to printing in lots?
So that means you want them printed in.
Yes.
Or not.
If somebody doesn't care, please put up your hand and say, I don't care.
I don't care.
Okay,
I'm good either way.
Well, as someone whose last name is on the other half of the alphabet, as opposed to everyone else who's already spoken, perhaps.
I could rephrase this. How many are, does any of?
Wanted and wants. Can we leave it up to the returning officer?
No, apparently not. Okay, who would like it in lots?
Okay. What? Sure.
Okay,
I would like it in lots.
we would like it in lots then, please, Ms. Parsons. Thank
So
you.
the language from 2092 will just be added into the draft bylaw.
Okay, anything further? So at this point, we could go to first reading with amendments as suggested.
First, yeah, first reading as amended, so, for me, that would be moving the deposit to $50. And then adding in that 2092 language for printing of ballots and lots. And then. So I'll get that all, put into the draft bylaw, it could come back, for second reading and third, and. Also can get more at that time, but yes, give second reading as amended.
One question, advanced polling stations or voting stations, how is that determined? Like the dates and anything?
By the returning officer.
Okay, any further discussion on this? And then would someone move to first reading with the suggested amendments?
I have a question.
Sorry, yes, Councilor Carr?
So did we decide on the criminal record check thing or no?
So at this point, it would stay in for first reading. I'll go back and do that research. And then based on that, we can either take it out at second reading or leave it in. I can come back to with possibly some updated proposed language, like there might be the ability that we do some redacting of the criminal record check up to a certain point. This is new. This is new for me too. This is the first time they've had this in the act. So, and it's pretty broad, but I do think that we have potentially some additional options open to it. So I can look into that a little bit.
Okay. Any further discussion? Would someone still like to move to first reading with the suggested amendments? Anybody wants to move that, or Councillor Good?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody clear on the motion to go to first reading with amendments? Okay, then, all those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Good luck on all of that. And next up, Ms. Parsons can stay put and talk about the Peace Regional Subdivision and Development Appeal Board appointments.
So not a lot to add to the report here. MMSA is the administrator for the Regional SDAB, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. So right now they're looking to renew some of the appointments that are expiring, coming up at the end of November. So this isn't an exhaustive list of all the representing members. This is just the ones that are expiring this year because they go on a rotational basis. So we didn't lose all members at one time. So you'll see we have one member coming up on expiry. So just looking to reappoint her. And then also MMSA is looking to add a clerk to a new municipality that has joined the regional board. Oh, and I was going to add, sorry, when making a motion, if we move forward, please don't feel the need to read off all the names. We can just, I know I have the motion written that way, but we can just, you can just say as listed, and I'll make sure they are appropriately listed as they're named here.
Okay, any discussion, Councilor Ford?
Just a quick question, being I'm the trained member for council on this board, I can still vote with this.
Any further discussion? Would someone like to put forth a motion?
I can do that.
Councillor Shannon, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, Councillor Shannon, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I move that council approve the appointment of the following individuals as members of the Peace Regional Subdivision and Development Appeal Board for a 3-year term effective November 30th, 2024, as listed below.
And do you want to do the appointment of the following individual for clerk?
Oh,
as
sure.
well?
I can move that council approve the appointment of the following individual as a clerk for the Peace Regional Subdivision and Development Appeal Board effective November 30th, 2024, as listed below.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? We're clear on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
Great, it is carried. Thank you, Ms. Parsons.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Mr. Fisher is going to talk about the intermunicipal development plan referral from Northern Sunrise County. And there was no unfinished business that I skipped over. No, it was an and one.
Good evening, council. Tonight I've got a referral from Northern Sunrise County. They wish to amend their land use bylaw, subject to our intermunicipal development plan. Those are supposed to be referred to us, and our planning manager has discretion on whether or not it comes to council, or we would make a recommendation unilaterally. We decided that because any changes related to this would come to council by changing it from an agricultural property to a direct control property, any changes or development permits that get submitted would come to council for referral. We figured this should come to council for referral anyways. So their proposal is to redistrict one of the properties at the top of the hill here that's currently zoned as agricultural to direct control to support installation of a number of tiny homes for temporary or for workers, not temporary. So a number of tiny homes, I think 6 or 7 for temporary accommodations or short-term accommodations. We kind of have 3 options. One is that, we don't provide any feedback on the proposal. Option 2 is that we provide some feedback related to sending it for some referrals, specifically to Alberta Health Services and to Alberta Safety Codes approved agency for a review and comment. Their proposed standard in the plan that the administration had been provided with the amendment indicated a CSA standard, which would not typically be suitable for year-round use. So not clear on whether it would be appropriate for the recommendation or what they want to do. Or option 3 would be that council provide administration direction as to how you want to provide comments otherwise. There's some commentary about some of the municipal development plan for the county has the ability to accept a site development report instead of an area structure plan if they adopt it. And there's some commentary about they should only do development of new residential if they've used up or they're approaching the 5-year supply. But it's a should, not a shall, so it's up to them. So administration's feedback is that we would recommend that may go and be routed through a safety codes authority and Alberta Health Services to make sure that it meets the requirements for year-round living and the minimum occupancy requirements. But that would be about it. And it'd be a friendly suggestion.
Okay, so, counselors, any questions, discussion? So the area is, near their Northern Sunrise offices, right? So it's in that area, IDP area. Okay, counselors, any? Someone there to make a motion? Oh,
I'll move the recommendation. Would you like me to read it?
please.
Move that council direct administration to encourage Northern Sunrise County to consult with Alberta Health Services and an approved safety codes agency with respect to the housing proposed in bylaw B460.24 master site development plan, and propose that greater direction with respect to residential development be incorporated into future IDP updates.
Thank you. Counselors, any further discussion, questions? Okay, we're clear on the motion. Okay, then all those in favor of the motion?
In
Aye.
favor.
Opposed, it is carried. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thanks. Okay, next up, we have Mrs. Miller with the Peace Regionals. I think it's Peace River School Division Joint Meeting Invitation. Not regional.
Thank you, Rachel. So the request for direction for council is the notice of the annual joint school and municipal councils meeting. And at this meeting, the intention is to exchange ideas, share concerns, maybe do some joint lobbying efforts on common issues. So the school is once again seeking confirmation of attendance and topics, suggestions that council would like to have discussed during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So this meeting is on February 5th, 7 p.m., usually at their board office in Grimshaw. I think we should attend. And one of the things I would put forth is they've talked about a Peace River School scoping exercise, which means they're going to be investigating, engaging with Peace River residents, I guess, about school sizes and things like that for the future of schools in Peace River School Division in Peace River. I think that would be a good topic. Anything else somebody could come up with a topic? I'm assuming this is going to be passed as a motion. Okay, well then,
We could include their capital, just, I mean, they have their 3-year, 5-year plan on it, but we could be of interest in their capital development plan for, when are the schools in Peace River slated for upgrades according to their long-term capital plan?
Okay.
I'm sure they'll tell us about all of them, but we care about ours specifically.
any other topics that come to mind? Okay, then would someone perhaps put forth the motion on this one? Maybe someone would move that members of council confirm their attendance at the joint meeting with the Peace River School Division Board of Trustees and direct administration to request the topics of Peace River School scoping and the capital development plans for school modernization in their 4 Peace River schools. Maybe other topics will come forth. Someone would move that? Councillor Carr would move that?
Well, maybe for me, but.
Oh, you did well. Any further additions to the list at this point? Okay, then, we're clear on the motion. All those in favor?
In favor.
At this point in time, who might say they're able to attend that meeting on February 5th? Councillor Scamahorn says,
I may be able.
I will attend if I am able.
Counselor Shannon, Wojciech.
It's a Monday, the work related, sorry. It's a Wednesday, so it's very likely I'm gonna be something that day. What time is that meeting?
7 p.m.
Maybe it's.
Okay, it looks like all 7 counselors may be able to attend. So thank you for that one. And now, Mrs. Miller, Northern and Regional Economic Development Program funding allocation.
Thank you again, Your Worship. Excited about this one. So once again, the government of Alberta has opened up the NRED program for a new grant application intake. According to the government's website, the intention or the purpose of the NRED program is to fund initiatives led by Alberta municipalities, indigenous communities, nonprofit organizations that promote regional economic development and diversification. Application grants are up to $300,000, and it is a 50-50 matching program. So far, administration, we've been fortunate to be successful into our last 2 grant applications. And the government of Alberta really does like to be able to stack the benefits of the programs on top of grants that they have already issued to see furtherance of those programs that they've already funded and supported. So this time we're proposing to submit an application to complete the retail and services gap analysis to build on our recently completed investment attraction strategy. And that strategy highlighted food and retail as one of the future industry opportunities in Peace River. And undertaking a retail gap analysis is also part of my mandate to have completed by October of next year. So being able to apply for this grant, it aligns well with the NRED program and aligns well with my mandate and the future direction that strategically council has adopted. The findings of the retail gap analysis will help guide strategic decisions such as new stores to be opened. It will identify diversification of retail options. It'll find best places where it could be located. It will stimulate job creation, economic growth within the community. And additionally, the investment can help reduce retail leakage. That's money that's spent outside of the area, increase foot traffic, and foster more vibrant and sustainable local economy. In addition to doing the retail gap analysis, we would like to undertake the investment to enhance the investment attraction strategy is to have a destination assessment completed and also funded under the NRED grant. So a destination development assessment is an in-depth look at our community through objective visitor eyes. They come and take a look at everything within the community where we live, we work, we invest in, where we visit. They look at our assets, our activities, those that are supporting our amenities. They come here for a week and they do kind of beforehand they'll do a full intensive marketing analysis. So they come like they're going to be visitors, they research our website, they call and seek for information. I don't want to give out too much information because some people are prepared and looking for that phone call. So they build up as if they're just going to come here and visit, and then they'll do shopping, they'll visit our locations, our activities, and then they'll host a community informative, and they'll list 50 to 100 things that they see that could be low-hanging fruit, that could be done almost immediately, and then they give you suggestions to that. And they'll hold, like I said, they'll hold a community evening. They'll talk about everything that they've discovered, everything that we could work on. So Roger Brooks is the association that does that. They're world renowned. They have done over 40 assessments in Canada. And this study also aligns well with the NRED program. It increases investment readiness and destination attraction. So we have received a quote for both components of this grant application. The first component for the retail services gap analysis, quote between 50 and 60,000. And then we've received the quote for the destination assessment, which is 45,000. So combined project total is 105,000. Part of, as mentioned, part of this grant application is a 50-50 funding. So we do have funding remaining in our 2024 budget, in our economic development budget, because we had vacancy in the position. So we have some extra money unspent in things in that function that we had intended for our business retention specialist to work on. So we are asking council at this time then to grant us approval to reallocate those funds from the 2024 budget unspent to reserve them to match grant funding so we can submit another NREG grant application.
Thank you. Councilors, questions? Councilor Shannon?
I'd like to see a little more discussion on this. So if we did apply for the grants and we were successful, we don't have a business, we don't have anybody in that position to implement them. And seeing how we're going through budgets looking for cuts right now, I think I would be almost, believe it or not, as I do support this very much, the economic development, but you know, a study is going to be a study, whether it's this year or next year. I would like to see a little more discussion on that and perhaps just put those on hold and maybe put that money towards a business development specialist and offer them a little more, because obviously we're having trouble attracting one if it's taking this long to find one. So I'd like to see a little more discussion on this if possible.
Mrs. Miller?
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. So I'd like to say a couple things. This is a good investment of money because we get a 50-50 opportunity. So, you know, for every dollar we spend, we get $1 back from the government of Alberta, where this grant application or similar opportunities may not exist in a year from now. The service and gap analysis, what it's going to do is identify businesses, obviously, or services that we are lacking here. And then from there, our attention would be then to develop some business cases, which then we can market. So this information, you know, even if it takes us 4 or 5 months more to find a retention specialist, this will be incredibly valuable information for them then to take and work with, because right now we don't have that information for them to work on and build upon. And yeah, it's money from 2024 unspent that's already been budgeted, and we're hoping to be able to put it to good use moving forward in the future.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Good, and then Scanlon.
I can understand the councilor's concerns, but I think identifying gaps in the services that we have in the town of Peace River also creates opportunities. And because this would be a public document, the findings would be public. If you have people that are looking at developing a business in Peace River, a lot of people are business people first, and for example, venture capitalists, they don't care what business they're getting into as long as the opportunity is there to be sustainable, profitable, and workable. And a lot of business people are looking for this kind of information to find out. And you used to be able to do it to some extent much easier by going through a yellow pages in a book. And seriously, I know businesses that did that. They would go through the yellow pages and they would take a look at 5 like-sized communities, just make a list of the categories and then do a quick comparison. We don't have that kind of an easy access to this information anymore where a person can do it themselves. And I think that giving people the information that you, for example, that you don't have a taxidermist, just I'm throwing out a word that I have no idea if we do or don't. But if you didn't have one, it could give an opportunity. And I think that giving people information with which to make their business and economic decisions is also helpful. It may also give information to a business where we are over-serviced to take a look at opportunities they may have to diversify or to make their business more sustainable in the future. So I think providing the information, especially when you're going to be paid, when half the bills are going to be paid by somebody else, I can see a lot of value to it. And again, I'm not discounting the councilor's concerns or how I put it, well-deserved focus on proper spending of the resources that we have.
Counselor Scamhorn, then Counselor Shannon.
Yeah, my thinking, if we do hire a business retention specialist, and which is our intention, and I assume that's progressing, it would be good to be able to hand them some data so that as soon as they get here, we wouldn't be paying them to collect data, we would already have data. So it would be an opportunity for this individual when they come on stream to begin to make moves right away, as opposed to having to spend a bunch of time, which we would then be paying them salary for. Collecting this stuff, we'd be able to hand them things and say, you're on the case now, here's where you can start making some moves right away. I think it would be a good investment in that we would be doubling our money on it. And when we do go to start paying somebody to make these moves, they would be able to action them immediately.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Shannon and then Counselor Carr.
Well, my question is, who is going to like facilitate the grants and, you know, the work that's going to come with that, with these studies? Someone, you know, there has to be some administration appointed to that. You know, you seem really busy. Do we have the capacity to do that? I understand the benefits. Nobody has to explain that to me. I know the benefits of it, but at the same time, you know, I because a loaf of bread's on sale, do you need to buy the loaf of bread? I'm just kind of comparing there. We need to just really look at everything that we're spending money on, and until we see a business retention specialist hired, like I would maybe like that money put toward, you know, maybe putting the wage up, or what is it, putting toward finding out why we seem to have trouble finding one, and maybe go from there. But I understand totally the arguments brought forward. I totally get that. Thanks.
Mrs. Miller, then Counselor Carr.
Just to your question on capacity and completing the grant application. And then subsequently, if we are successful, we would have to create a request for proposal, but absolutely we can manage that capacity, yes.
Counselor Carr.
The Economic Development Committee funded a survey about a year ago, did they not, from the Ballard Group?
Yes.
And did we implement anything from that study? Has anything come up in the study?
But I can tell you that that study, where my brainchild is going right now, it did provide 4 different types of business that they thought would be suitable for our location. One was retail opportunities, so that in part the service and retail gap analysis will further broaden that section that they had identified. The second one was vertical farming. One was, like an outfitter group. So what I'm now doing, so they identified that these would be successful, but there's no business case to hand over. So I'm working on a little bit of an idea to have presented to the university and the colleges to put a small scholarship opportunity to have a students write a business case for each one of those for a small scholarship, and then we can get business cases on that. So then we have the Ballard study says this is a viable business that would be here. Then we'd have a business case developed by competition, and then we can market that. So then I'm going to start this to try to get those 2 done, and then when we get the retail analysis, gap analysis, we'll do similar things to try to build the business case. It's nice to say it's good, but then you need all the details behind it.
Yeah. So you're saying this new study would be more in depth than because you could do the scholarship and the business plan without this study. You could do it with what the Ballard Group supplied, could you not? And then what is the advantage to this other studies can be more in depth?
The other study should tell us, it should look at all our services and all our retail and say what are missing. The Ballard Group said it would be great. It just said retail is an issue. There's lots of opportunity, but it didn't say what kind of retail. And same thing, it doesn't. So the new study should say, for example, we have a clear need for plumbers let's say. There's only so many, they're retiring, they're at this age or whatever, so there's growth and opportunity here. I know we only have one moving company. I would think that's a service, that's a gap, so maybe we don't have taxidermy. These are the services in the retail that this study should identify. And then from there, we can start tackling, if they say the number one need in this community is a plumber or an electrician or trades, then once we have that, then we have the business case, and we can take that and try to encourage and entice an entrepreneur to come and provide them. Go to Community Futures and partner with them, because it may be, a new entrepreneur, and maybe they'll need some funding, but then we can package that all together. So I know for sure, they said retail vertical farming is an issue, or not an opportunity, which I want to build on that and get moving on that. But the retail and services gap analysis is going to be quite broad, besides just saying we need some retail. That's what Ballard said, basically.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillors Ford and Councillor Boychuk, any comments?
Is this just on retail businesses, or is this on like services that we would require for our community as well?
I'm going to rate the scope as a retail and services gap analysis.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I can see how this would be very valuable in terms of like, I mean, I know it doesn't make a difference to our bottom line in terms of our assessment, with empty retail spaces and that kind of thing. We did, we did hear from some individuals in the community that at a previous meeting that there's, there is commercial space, there's lots of commercial space available, some, light industrial space available. So, in order to get these things filled and get, a little bit of extra bonus into our local economy here, these are things where we can say, look, not only do we have this data and these things are required, these are the spaces where this would work out. This is our land use bylaw and where this would make a lot of sense. You could just get started. You don't have any delays, going into these. So we could be really packaging this stuff up in a really efficient way to get people to come in and get started very quickly.
Okay, Councillor Shannon?
I just wanted to ask AO Miller through the chair, what kind of a timeline we're on these? Did you say about 4 or 5 months for both studies?
I don't even think we'll hear on the award of the grant, I'm thinking, until I'm looking at like March or April, because it's probably funding into the new fiscal year. And then once we're successful, then it would probably, I would imagine it's probably going to be probably a 4 or 5 month project anyways, I would suspect, for the consultants to undertake that. So I don't really see getting any really meaningful results till well into late fall of next year.
And one last question. If we were, this is just hypothetical, if we did approve to go ahead with these 2 grants, we get to April, something happens and we change our mind, do we have the ability to refuse the grant? I'm just putting it out there, just a question. Then I'll make the motion.
I would say at any time you probably can refuse it. Probably the government and their ministers probably wouldn't look at us favorably because of the time that it would take for them to review our application, weigh it against other applications, and we're successful to award. But you can always, I would say, they would probably give it to the next. But I said future grants could be compromised, right?
It's more out of curiosity, but I'd be willing to make the motion if all discussion is done.
I think we're ready for a motion, yes.
Okay, I will move that council approve reallocation of 52.5 in uncommitted funds remaining from within the 2024 economic development operating budget as 50/50 matching funds for the town's application to the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Everybody's clear on the motion? Okay, then all those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Aye.
opposed? It is carried.
Can I just ask one more question?
Yep.
So once we have this study done, assuming we're approved for the grant, we have this study done, would we put that on our website so if possible entrepreneurs
Absolutely.
wherever see, oh, Peace River? that's how
Absolutely, we will
would
market the
advertise.
heck out of it, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, Mrs. Miller, the Public Security Services in Peace River. Report.
Thank you. This is a biggie. This is a big conversation and a big report, a couple of them actually, so I am gonna kind of take some time and walk through it. I think that's where I am on the security report. Hey, hope everybody had opportunity to read the report. It was long. So essentially, just to give some background, so like, unfortunately, like all communities throughout Canada, but especially here in Alberta, all of us are dealing with public nuisance, social disorder, homelessness, addiction, and crime. And unfortunately, Peace River, our location, has not protected us from experiencing some of these challenges. So our downtown business owners have and continue to suffer financially. They're suffering loss of reduced customer and traffic sales, loss of inventory, shrink from theft, replacement of broken windows and doors, increased insurance rates, and it goes on and on and on. As public behavior and general safety downtown has eroded, those working and living downtown and continuously are being exposed to situations and circumstances that are harming their overall mental health. And quite frankly, by the summertime, everything that had been going on had taken its toll on the business owners and the residents that are downtown. Once municipal councils like yourselves used to be able to be focused on municipal problems like infrastructure and whatnot, unfortunately, you have had to turn your attention to trying to find solutions to mitigate the harm these problems are causing within our community. And doing so has detracted and taken a lot of resources out of yourselves and administration, both mentally and financially and time-wise, trying to address this ongoing problem. So as you're aware, Apex Public Security approached council and administration with a solution to relieve some of the pressure, and that was to provide enhanced public security services on the streets of Peace River. And on June 24th, after presenting to council and administration, there was direction given to administration to undertake a 3-month pilot project with Apex Security from July 15th to October 15th at a cost of $240,000. That pilot project provided 24-hour, 7-day-a-week coverage. Once council made the motion to move forward with this pilot project, administration acted immediately, working with Apex to get the contract underway. And we immediately started putting out messaging about the new security service that was being implemented. One part of the service provision that Apex provides under their enhanced public services is what they call agent authority. And what that does is the owner of the property signs approval to Apex. They put a sticker saying such in the property, identifying it as they being an authorized agent. And what that means then is they're able to act on behalf of the owner, the operator of the business on their behalf in their absence. So if they were to discover something trespassing or something going on the property in the wee hours of the morning or actually any time of day in the absence of the owner, they would have been able to act and press charges on their behalf. Administration, we gave quite a bit of thought to this component of their program, and we felt that being a finite timeline of the pilot project, it wasn't worth the efforts to implement that, just have to turn around. People get used to it, and then we would have to take it away from them, and there would be some confusion. And we also understanding the potential of a move forward project and the costs associated with it, we felt that it was also potential to have an enhanced public security offering where there could be an added fee to it. So we were a little bit shy to give something away that could be a potential revenue source later on. So as the pilot progressed, administration received daily activity reports from Apex Dispatch, which I reviewed every day, and I started to recognize patterns in behavior, properties and persons who were contributing to the public nuisance and unsavory street activity. And so once we started identifying some of those, administration began working to mitigate these contributing factors. So for example, it was quickly recognized that although we thought initially the hangout under St. James Anglican Church steps was for shade, we soon realized it was a charging station for persons to charge their cell phones and their devices. And then we started noting similar patterns in backs of town facilities and other facilities and alleys and whatnot. So we started getting out and trying to ask those to de-energize. We recognize that that will change come the cold weather here, but it helped in the summer, and we were trying to drive those persons to the shelter to charge their phones and hopefully get some intervention while they were there. We also noticed that the dumpsters were a big problem. In particular, the dumpster behind the Blue Star thrift store is highly problematic. All that's happening is people are making after-hour donations, and then the unsheltered are taking those donations and furnishing their camps, and then we're having to clean that garbage out when encampments are being cleaned up. So our bylaw officer has been working quite hard with both the thrift store owner and the building owner to ensure compliance on where bylaws broken, should have locked garbage bins and whatnot, and trying to just get a handle on that. And communications has been putting out messaging as well to educate the members of the public that this is the unintentional consequences when you make after donations. Vacant buildings, there wasn't a day, I'm sure, a daily report that didn't have the SPCA on it and the Bell Center continuously being called to do a search. The building would be breached, they would board it up, and then it would get breached again. Finally, the Bell Center did get properly secured, and it seemed to have stopped those. The animal shelter is continuing to be breached. They would find persons in there or evidence of recent activity. So community services, we're working with the animal shelter to get that building torn down as quickly as possible. I think they have now since submitted a demolition permit. But there are some challenges there, so we'll, in a future conversation or future council meeting, we'll be bringing back some, seeking some direction from council to help address the challenges on that property. But the sooner that the property comes down, the better. It is a huge place. So then otherwise, there was a number of properties downtown that regular problems. So the Riverdale Mall, Peace Valley Inn, Quality Inn, the Co-op, the library, and Fast Gas. Some by the nature of their business just drew more problems than others. Let's see what else. Who do you call? That became an immediate concern as soon as the program got launched. You know, it's like RCMP, bylaw, or Apex, who do we call? And when I was reading some of the daily reports, it was evident that the confusion was out there because there would be activity on there that, well, this definitely should have went to the RCMP, should have never gone to Apex. So We also had a resident bring that to our attention, so we immediately put out some communications on that to try to provide some guidance on who best to call. Recognizing that residents are frustrated and disheartened with the RCMP, it's still critically important that they do report any activity and thefts, because the numbers matter, and if it's not being reported, it's hard to fight and argue or support an argument for additional RCMP officers if we're underreporting our levels of crime. Encampments. The PSU team did an outstanding job on encampment strategy. They managed 43 identifications during the pilot, and those 43 identifications resulted in routinely going back, checking, so they would go out, they would identify it, they would flag it, they created this amazing map, they coded the status of the encampments, and then they worked with the boating association and other volunteer organizations to assist in the tear down and dismantling of the encampments. So there was 43 encampments, but there's hundreds of visitations, because they would go back regularly and check, give notifications for the persons to leave, and then follow up to make sure that they continued to be vacated. The RCMP, I did get input from the RCMP for my report, so I did mention in here that it's been probably some time since they've had a street level perspective on what's going on our streets, because they are continuously understaffed and they have an extreme heavy caseload. So it was probably very valuable. I would suggest the information that came to the new acting staff sergeant, because she's from out of town here. It was probably highly beneficial information for her to get an understanding of what's going on in our town. She did say, however, during the period, so the RCMP quarters, their quarter 2 ran from July 1st to September 30th. So, like a little bit of crossover on either end, right? So the first 15 days of their quarter did not have Apex in it, but it doesn't have the last 15 days. During the time when Apex was on, they did receive 47 direct calls from Apex. They found some property. They said they were able to return some property that was returned to them through Apex back to the owners. They said some of the calls were disturbance files where they had to take the person to spend the night at the detachment. And then there's some stats there that said during the period of Apex, calls for service actually did go up during the quarter. Most notably the break and enters, they increased from Q1, which is April 1st to June 30th, from 34 up to 57 in Q2, and shows prior year stats. Did say that the biggest increase they noticed was theft under 5,000, went from 33 reported incidents in the Q1 to 86 in the second quarter, and had increased, I have a typo there, I think, it had increased from 49 the same period in 2023. So they don't see any reduction in stats as a result of the service that was provided. They did say that they did a great job in dealing with the homeless camps, but they said cleanup, there's also a cause and effect from this, and that the camps that were cleaned up, they move along to other parts of the town to cause issues and commit more crimes. We did a public engagement survey, so from November 12th to November 19th. Administration had a public engagement survey on the pilot project. We had 493 responses received, and I will speak to the report results after this. But 493 responses were received. Of the survey completed, 82% of the respondents did not use the service of the PSU, and 84% of the respondents overwhelmingly expressed no willingness to pay an additional cost for continuation of a similar service. And that's an understandable correlation when only, when 82% didn't use it, then subsequently they didn't see the need to fund it. However, when asked if the respondent would like to see the program continue, 44 responded no. 24% of the respondents wanted to see a continuation of the program, but felt changes are required. And 18% indicated support for the continuation of the pilot as it was, with the balance of the respondents unsure. Of the respondents opposed or felt changes to the program were necessary, the majority of the responses were in support of a town CPO program. The survey confirmed what we already knew, that residents consider downtown Peace River to be the most unsafe, followed by the Dyke Trails, then North Peace. This and other comments received will help narrow the scope of where mitigation is needed and better form the RCMP and our director of the high-risk areas requiring greater attention. And then we have a what we heard analysis, which was attached. Again, I'll speak to after this. Funding model options. So our intention, the 2025 tax supported operating budget as proposed before you does not include a provision for enhanced public security service. The pressure on a continuation of a similar contracted service would have on the budget warrants a separate discussion outside of the standard operating budget. Based on pilot project costs and inflating to 2025, one could estimate the project for 24/7, 365 days a year would be roughly $1,050,000. Several options to fund a continuation of a contracted enhanced public security service that would be available for council to consider would include business license surcharge, agency service revenue, a redirection of operating funds through service level and program reduction, a tax increase, a reduction in the number of RCMP members. I do believe it takes one full fiscal year notification period, a draw on reserves, or a combination of any of the above. We, at this point in time, administration has not yet evaluated any of these options against the impact on the town's financial position, the residents or business owners, to be able to determine or make a recommendation at what the best funding option model would be. And it's important to mention again that the town has and continues to undergo advocacy, and we spoke to the province. The province did decline to provide any financial support for private security services and has asked the town to complete the policing study to determine the best model of policing for the town of Peace River. Service model options, Apex had presented during the 3-month pilot. They had originally presented 24/7 or 365, or we could go 12/7, 365, or we could go a combination of that service level throughout the year, whatever would work for the town. Something could be developed. Let me see where I am. I suggest when the policing study is done, before any decisions on policing model, the policing study then would help guide us on what the optimum level of service would be for any policing model moving forward. The pros and cons of contracted emergency public security. As shown during the 3-month pilot project, most notable include the pros for contracted enhanced public security include a transfer of responsibilities for operational costs, HR, or recruitment, retention, training, onboarding, discipline, reward for insurance costs, transfer of oversight and complaint investigation, and transfer of responsibility for capital cost. And also transfer of public sentiment over unfavorable enforcement actions taken is then directed towards the contracted service provider. And also it's a tidier community, providing the contracted service provider maintained the level of trash cleanup. The community overall was tidier. Cons for using a contracted service, we lose control over operational costs. We lose control over the HR, all components of HR, policies and procedures. The public sentiment over positive enforcement action is also directed at the contracted service provider. Council doesn't, and the town gets no credit. Enforcement authority is no greater than a member of the public. Higher cost to the taxpayer as compared to an in-house DPO program. No ability to generate revenue to offset costs, does not contribute to the development of in-house expertise, creating an environment of needing ongoing contracted service relationship. The contracted service provider would not be privy to and cannot provide oversight and management on the town's municipal services agreement with the RCMP. The provincial trade agreement procurement requires us, should we move forward, to go to publicly tender any service value greater than 75,000, and which then also requires work on our end for developing a request for proposal, tendering, evaluation, award, and then ongoing repeat every 3 to 5 years. So I spoke a little bit also about the domestic trade agreement there. It just outlines again where municipalities are subject to trade agreements that the provincial government are party to, which includes any service greater than 75,000. We are mandated to go out for public tender. And since the 3-month pilot ended, the administration has been contacted by other service providers interested in providing a similar service. So in conclusion, on administration's perspective, in the short term, enhanced public security was a necessary strategy to gain control over the illegal encampment growth and increase safety, both real and perceived, downtown and throughout Peace River during the summer season, which enabled residents and visitors to freely enjoy parks, trails, and our downtown. Enhanced public security services were highly valued by downtown businesses and residents. Encampment mitigation was effective when managed through contracted services and community volunteer partnerships. Yet to be fully analyzed by administration through a policing lens, the 3-month pilot provided invaluable boots on the ground, real-time information for the Director of Protective Services to become quickly aware of the problematic areas. Data obtained during the 3-month pilot project will be useful in the policing study to be conducted. In the long term, residents of Peace River are best served by providing enhanced public security through community police officers. Doing so puts the greatest level of enforcement on the streets at a lower cost to the taxpayer, with the added benefit of being able to generate revenue, further reducing annual cost. Seasonally, winter weather conditions typically reduce frequency and intensity of social disorder, public nuisance, and crime. And this is visually apparent downtown since the cold weather has settled in. This will allow time for council to consider this report, the what we heard report, and then give well-informed direction. Moving to the public safety report. Our contracted communications firm managed the survey on our behalf and prepared this report for council's review and consideration. So it's important to note that this report, the survey is prepared objectively, free of any preconceived notion or bias. Again, there was over 1 week, there was nearly 500 responses from the community. This level of involvement is notable over a short period of time, shows the impact of this decision on our residents. The process was to gauge the public's opinion on the 3-month pilot, and it included 2 core areas of focus. One was the program's efficacy and the impact to date, and the second, the future of working with a private contractor in continuing public safety program. So while the majority of the residents did not contact Apex Security during the pilot project, those who have used the service are generally pleased with its efficacy. Respondents do not want to see a tax increase to pay for continued execution of this public safety program. However, those who have contacted Apex were more likely to accept a tax increase to maintain the program. Out of the 493 that responded, 88% lived in town. And out of those that responded, 18% had contacted Apex. How we engaged, the survey was put out digitally, and hand-printed versions were put out at the Baytex and other town facilities. We had a QR code survey, take you to the survey. And the survey was promoted by social media on the town's website, in our utility bill inserts. We bought local radio advertising. We just want to make sure that everybody was aware and had opportunity to participate, to provide feedback to council. So again, the topic was significant residents. It said survey creation was developed in alignment with the best practice engagement with intent framework, which seeks to ensure residents' insights and feedback collected are meaningful in the decision-making process carried forward by council. So there's a little kind of talk about that here. And then what we heard. So top 5 things were heard. The majority of respondents did not contact Apex Security. There's significant public security concerns in the town of Peace River, fueled by a sense of reduced safety resulting from the behaviors of the unhoused individuals in the community. We heard that the majority of public safety concerns center around Peace River's downtown core, with additional specifically pointing to areas along the riverbank and dike, the pedestrian bridge, and around the shelter. We heard that half the respondents would like to see the public safety program continue, though most think a change in the program is required. And a great majority of the survey respondents do not want a continued public safety program funded through increased taxes. So if you go through the survey, there was a great deal of comments for council to read through. In particular, question 6, which was, please provide details surrounding the reasons why you called for assistance. So some great information in there. Also, would you like to see the continuation of enhanced public security approach in the town of Peace River, similar to that executed through the pilot project? That question also enabled respondents to put comment in. It wasn't just a yes or no.
This document is now public. Everybody
Yes, it
can
is.
get a chance to read
Yes,
through
it
it
is.
and go through all the details.
And question 11 also was a one that provided comments. So question 11 was just share any general comments that the public might have. So there's really, really informative comments in here. We haven't had, again, administration, given the survey closed on Tuesday, we've really not had a lot of opportunity to review, discuss, consider, digest the comments. So your worship, at this time, administration is just seeking council to accept the information that's been provided for information and give council opportunity to let it resonate, read through, process, and then we'll be bringing back the matter December 9th, looking for further direction from council.
Thank you. Definitely a lot of information here. But councillors, any particular questions at this point? Councillor Ford?
I actually have a couple of questions. So the agent program, I'm actually quite familiar with that program that they do. Same program that was implemented by one of our staff sergeants here in Peace River with the RCMP a while ago. prior to my first term, I believe, but it is a very good program. On page 10, you had mentioned, like we were talking costs of the programs, it was 240,000. If we did that for 1 year, the total would be 960,000. But there's a comment on here, it says higher costs to the taxpayer compared to an in-house CPO program. So am I understanding that statement to be that with the CPO program, we can provide the same level of service as what the pilot project did? That, like, including your vehicles, your training, all that kind of stuff, and have enough staff on hand that if somebody goes on holidays or somebody gets sick, somebody else can step in so that there's always 2 people on shift 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that what I'm hearing?
So I'll have to do the math to come back to you, but I was absolutely told by our Director of Protective Services that if he had $1 million, he could absolutely staff 24/7, 7 days a week with CPOs, is what I was told. So we could work on the math.
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that. The other one, there was a comment or some stats in here from the RCMP. During the pilot project, there was a number, because I've seen both reports. Like the one from the RCMP, so there was a higher number of break-ins in the town of Peace River during the pilot project. I think he had some percentages there. Now, is there a breakdown from the RCMP whether those were directly related to our downtown problem, or does the RCMP stats with the break-ins that are considered, is a lot of those reports from all those West Hill break-ins that were targeted with fences being cut on business properties? That I won't go into details of the offense, but
I
that
can't
broke down?
answer that, Councillor Ford, but RCMP is coming for a delegation next meeting. So if you could hold that question for her and ask Staff Sergeant that question, she would be able to answer that. I'm not sure.
yeah, because I did see it, I did see it on the quarterly report, and it doesn't show a breakdown of that type of crime compared to what the pilot project was working on, but okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors, at this point? Councillor Good?
Yeah, there's one comment. I mean, I find this information that's in this report really, really interesting, and I think there's a lot to go through. I think also it's gonna be very, very handy to have the RCMP here to get some of the questions that we have around that. I mean, one of the questions the sort of observations that's come up over the last year, and was mentioned a number of times in this report, was the understaffing, et cetera. So we're supposed to have X amount, we don't have X amount, but we're paying for X amount. But we don't have those kind of boots on the ground during that period of time. So, I mean, these are the kinds of questions that I think we're gonna have to have some really serious discussions on what services are being provided. And there was a comment about if we want people, we gotta put in a request a year ahead, but we also have the ability to some degree to focus where we believe the focus should be. The focus of our RCMP should be placed. It's not totally, how would I put it? They operate under some direction. And I think these are discussions that we have to have, because community safety is extremely important, and virtually everybody in this report agreed that there's a community safety issue. The questions were, how do you fund it? Where do you get the money from? Who's going to have to pay the increased dollar, if anybody? The question about the unwillingness or willingness to pay, the question about whose responsibility is it? Are we just picking up from other agencies that are, how would I put it, downloading the problem onto the communities? I mean, there's all these discussions that have to be had, and they're serious discussions. This community is quite drastically different in terms of safety of where it was 5 years ago, certainly different than where it was 15 or 20 years ago. And those things, I'm not sure that the town has effectively changed how it did things during that period of time, but the courts have changed the behaviors, the laws have changed. There's a whole bunch of other situations that have changed around to cause this problem, and we're the ones on the ground being sort of, well, you know, what have you told me? You should do a study for $30,000 to tell us if we have a problem or not. We kind of have one. I'll leave it at that, but it's very, very frustrating.
Any further comments?
Just two more.
Okay.
Yeah, in the report, CEO Miller mentioned, some of the, not-for-profit groups or whatever that came out, or the volunteers that came out. So since the pilot project had ended, there had been, I do believe, one additional cleanup. But to date, we have approximately between 240 and 250 cubic yards of garbage cleaned up, in town. The other thing, commenting on Councillor Good's comments about how this could possibly fund it. So at the ACCPA conference coming up, we do have meetings with the GOA. We are really hoping that we can push enough that the GOA will give funding opportunities to municipalities to tackle this issue, because this is just, it's not just a Peace River issue, it is everywhere. So we're hoping that at this conference coming up in May that we're going to make a change there too.
Thank you. And Mrs. Miller?
Thank you. I just want to say, I haven't lost sight. There is a motion on the table to do some work on the RCMP side of things too, just so council's aware. I haven't lost sight. It's next door operation, the grant, and then that.
Any further comments?
Madam Mayor, if I could say a word?
Yes.
Although we gathered some really good data, I was a little disappointed how we presented it by saying that we're going to increase taxes by 10.5% to maintain this service. That, you know, came across very negatively from a lot of people. To me, very concerned that our taxes are pretty high as it is, and then any increase like that would want them to move out of our area. So I think we have to be aware of what's going on. We had almost 200 letters, petitions signed of our downtown core and concerns. We've had many letters sent in by business owners and residents. And so would we say from this survey, our 85% of the people are saying our town is safe? Is that kind of what we're saying? Is that they would rather not have a safer community, or because we're giving them the option of a huge tax increase or safety, and right now things are tight, and I just thought we could have maybe possibly worded that a little bit better and asked a little more input on where are people feeling in our community at a safety level. Is that where do we have a clear picture of what the vast majority of our residents feel our safety level is? Because that's, and when we're looking ahead at the mental health transports that our RCMP are mandated to do on a weekly basis, we haven't even started to look at what the recovery mandates are going to cause us for RCMP on the road too, and shortage in our community. So we really have to take those concerns into consideration, think about what we're doing here as far as community safety goes.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
I just need to say for clarity, we didn't present any tax increase. We sought an opinion of what public would be willing to pay to help frame what may come forward. So as suggested in my report I just delivered, there's about 6 or 7 options that council could consider to fund. But it was important for administration to gain an understanding through the survey if there was a willingness at all to pay, or some, or a lot. So under no suggestion was it that it was going to be funded through a tax fully increase. So, yeah.
Any further comments?
Just one more question.
Yeah.
The survey I see, it was done by Catalyst Communications. What was the cost to have that survey done and written?
It's part of our contracted services.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Okay, so, there is a suggested, go forward here, if someone would like to put forth the motion. Or not. Counselor Good,
Sure, I'll move the council accept the Public Security Services 3-month pilot project report for information, so council may take time to, I'll change term words here a little bit, to consider the information received. And that administration be directed to bring this matter forward again, and I would say as soon as practicable for continued discussions.
you don't want us to.
Well, you could say December 9th, but I mean, that gives us 1 week really.
I think December 9th is because we're kind of hoping budgets and stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's bring it back December 9th, then I'm fine with that.
thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Miller. And I'm going to suggest that we do one more item here and then we're going to have a break. So Mrs. Miller, the next item is letter of support, Enabling Housing Choice North project.
Just got to find it here. Oh, yeah, this is one of the regional energy committee. So, looking for direction. The regional energy committee discussed a housing study, right? Just a housing study that's going to be undertaken, through the university. I believe it's a study being conducted in part through the university. Is it?
The
I'm
university.
confusing studies.
I think you got it right. This is from the Enabling Housing Choice North project. And it's part of the, and Mr. Boychuk might help on this one, the RDN.
Rural Development Network.
Yes, Sustainable Housing Initiative. And the U of A actually does the study. They did the same study that's being proposed here. Has already been done on 5 communities in southern Alberta up to, and Marathorpe was in that southern Alberta study. So this came through the Regional Energy Committee, and the thought is that as a region, if we get a major energy development happening here, it would be good to know what our housing needs are, what kind of housing we have, what it might take to get developers to come and build in our communities, which I thought was a good one. And anyways, the study is coordinated, done by U of A, and the thought of the energy group is that would support Le Cardinal Regional Economic Development Committee's application for this enabling housing study.
Thank you.
So that's kind of what I got out of it. Councillor Shannon, anything further you remember from that conversation about the housing?
No, I think you summarized that perfectly.
So what it is become part of the regional study, basically. And it's my understanding, I went to a Zoom seminar on this, and they said if a municipality was to do it, I asked, well, what does that mean in terms of time for municipal staff? At that point, they said 1 to 2 hours per week. So I don't know in a regional context if that means 1 to 2 hours from a Cardinal group or what it would mean. But there is bound to be a little bit of staff interaction with the study. And that's kind of my understanding. So the question is,
Oh, yes.
do we want to?
Support it. Do we write a letter of support? Administration is looking for direction and to write a letter of support in La Cardinal's application.
So if someone would put forth a motion, with respect to directing admin to maybe do that?
Sure, move that council directed Min to draft a letter of support to Lac Cardinal Economic Development Committee for their application to the Enabling Housing Choice North project.
Thank you, and I believe the deadline was December 2nd, so that's why there's a bit of a rush thing on it. So we have a motion in front of us. Everyone is clear on the motion? Okay, then all those in favor of the motion?
In
Aye.
favor.
Opposed, it is none, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, council, for your patience. So we're gonna have a, let's say, a 5-minute, 8-minute break. 8-minute break. We're back here at 7:38, and we'll carry on with various budget deliberations. On discussion is Mr. Mugford with the draft 5-year capital plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this evening I'll be presenting the 2025 through 2030 draft capital plan. Begin by going through a list of the projects identified by administration and take questions from council. We'll kind of go department by department as we work through this, so there'll be an opportunity for any questions as we go. This plan will be brought forth for formal approval in the future. At this point, we've only identified funding sources for projects that are for the 2025 year. It's important to bring this plan forward as part of the budget process, so council and the public can be reminded of the substantial requirements for capital spend coming up in the future years and the need to fund reserves to pay for those future capital costs. So beginning with community services, again, I'm only going to speak to projects that haven't already been discussed at the previous meeting when we presented the 2025 capital budget. So we've got trail maintenance, it's kind of an ongoing cost. Now I will note that as part of what's changed from when the 2025 budget was brought forth is we've dropped that item for the 2025 year, but it is still an ongoing spend going forward. Trail system upgrades, again, there's a break in 25 and 26, but we'll be looking for dollars for that getting into 27 and into the future. Also, one thing to note on each one of these slides, we've got a 2030 and beyond fields, and that's really to highlight projects that we've identified there's a need, but we don't have them immediately over the next 5 years. Moving on to the slide replacement. So again, this is something where we've got a carry forward amount from 2024 and a small budget in 25, but the bulk of the spend is anticipated to be in 2026. At the pool, we've also identified the electric panel upgrades for 2029 and the filter tank replacement in 2029, along with skimmer and drain upgrades in 28. For wayfinding plan, there's an additional $100,000 budgeted for 2026, along with the carry forward from last year. And also budgeted or proposed for 2026 at the arena, electric vehicle charging stations, wall for the change room hallway and field house, and ice resurface. Moving on to parks. So again, there's nothing in the 2025 budget for parks other than the wood chipper. But there's a whole variety of projects slated out over the next 5 years, including the washroom trailer, West Side Dog Park, Saddleback gazebo additions, basketball court. There's a couple of outdoor rink replacements and some general playground equipment in 2030. There's also some dollars for Camp Orland ball diamonds, so 2026 fencing, and the washroom building was identified for 2030 and beyond. Moving on to the water park. So there's some upgrades identified that would be required for that in 2027. And on to culture, there's an Athabasca Hall replacement plan, which we've dropped in 2029, as we know that building is getting up there in years, and also some dollars for the NAR parking lot upgrades. So I'll open it up if there's any questions on any of these items, or if there's anything else that council would like identified for the future.
This $75,000 wood chipper, I'm just curious, is that's gotta be a big commercial unit. I have a couple concerns on that because first of all, the safety of the people who will be running it. I'm assuming that will be our summer staff mostly. Secondly, if we are going to be spending that kind of money on a commercial unit, does that mean we're no longer going to be contracting any of our tree trimming to our present contractor? Because I'm thinking we could, for what we're trimming the bottoms of trees and the sides of walkways, I don't see a need for a big commercial unit like that unless we're cutting down trees and that kind of thing.
I can take that, Director Mudford. It would be our parks lead who would be operating this unit, not our summer staff. She has training currently and also would be receiving additional training based on our health and safety coordinators assessments, safety assessments of any piece of new equipment that we add to the fleet. A full assessment is done and training is provided in advance. The intent is over time and in the proposal for this new position is to reduce our contracted services of tree maintenance. And by increasing our in-house ability to provide that maintenance. So yes, you'll see a corresponding over time as we build capacity and equipment, a reduction in our contracted services in this particular area.
This is appropriate or not, but I'd like to see that removed from the budget and maybe a much smaller, more cost-effective unit for what we are chipping at this point be considered. I don't have a problem with buying a chipper, but I have a problem with buying a great big commercial one with the possibility of 5 years down the road, it might be used to its optimal level.
How would you like to proceed with that, Mr. Mudford, the comment?
I guess we can kind of need more direction from the rest of council if that's something that you'd like removed. It's currently proposed as part of the 2025 budget. So yeah, it can be held until we get to that item on the agenda. But again, generally just you kind of do a quick poll on where people are landing on it, and that forms the basis of how we proceed.
Okay, Councillor Good, then Councillor Ford.
Well, I mean, this is administration's recommendation. This is the whichever that they feel is appropriate. I would assume, or else it wouldn't be in here. And maybe what we could use before next meeting is an explanation of why, for example, a $25,000 chipper in the plans that you have would not be an appropriate purchase, because if you could buy it once rather than having to buy a $25,000 chipper or whatever number, I don't know anything about chippers, so I'm blowing smoke here. But I don't know enough to say that it's a right or wrong decision, because we don't really have a clear idea of what the application is going to be, what you're seeing over the next 5 years. So that's what I would more like to see, is a discussion around that and why administration felt this was appropriate. And it may be or it may not, but I mean, I think there should be a chance to have that sort of as a defensible position.
Thank you, Councillor Ford.
I just had a couple of questions. So when it comes to this type of work, I'm very familiar with it because I used to do this for a living. But this $75,000 unit, is that one of those oval units behind a truck diesel? Okay, so you said it's our parks lead.
Yes,
Is that the arborist?
yes.
Okay, does our,
She's not an arborist, but yes, that's. her
Okay.
role. Yeah.
so does she do, that's my concern with it, because it's a big commercial unit and all we're doing, and my understanding is we're just trimming from the grounds. We're just getting little stuff.
No, she does elevated using different types of tools, but we're not bucket truck removing full trees.
Oh, so not going up in a bucket and trimming spurs,
Sorry, I'm not using the microphone.
hand climbing,
That I don't know if she does that.
like spurs.
That I'm not, yeah,
spurs
I
and
know what you
rope?
mean, but I honestly am not sure if she has or would be trained to do that.
Okay, yeah, because the reason why I ask is this machine has big branches this big around.
And
And
she's
if you're not
taking
going up,
down, she's taking down substantive amounts, so, I mean, we've spoke to at our previous council meeting, just the current volume of, what we're putting in the bins locally, just in our yard bins in the Centennial parking lot over the summer months. We contributed substantially to that. So we're looking to use some of this mulch for our own purposes and mulching around all of our existing trees, flower beds, that type of thing. So there's, whether it's a $75,000 wood chipper, the value of a piece of equipment would be paid dividends, but I can bring back a full business case that provides more detail around this.
Yeah, I'd be curious, just like, what, Counselor Good said, because like, when you say we're hauling in a pickup truck to the bins at Centennial parking lot and throwing those branches in there. That's like 95, once you get that bin full, it's 95% air.
Yeah.
And a bunch of little branches, so, like 75,000, like, to have that thing paid for itself, that's using that thing almost on a daily basis and, like trimming trees all day.
That's your job. That's what she's hired for.
Mr. Fisher?
Just for clarity, 30% of the yard waste removed this year was directly attributable to our park site. We put out a third bin and she filled a bin every day with her trains. Just for clarity, that was just our park sleep. Last year we had 2 bins out there. We had 3 bins this year and we had them all full on the same schedule. So we moved 30% more wood, yard waste, and it was directly related to our sleep.
Counselor Scaramouche?
Yeah, on top of that, you also have your time. So when you're hauling these things, these branches, you know, in larger whole pieces, that's more time transporting this stuff back and forth. So now we're paying not only her, but we're paying the person that she's working with, 1 or 2 other people, you know, more wages. So we're gonna make, by having these things, and I'm looking forward to the business case, by the way, but by having these things, you know, devolumized quite significantly, they're gonna be able to do more trimming and less hauling.
That's the idea.
Okay, so I guess the direction is to ask for information to be brought back and then call it business case with some of the points mentioned here. Thank you.
Councillor Shannon has her hand up.
Sorry, Counselor Shannon?
I just had a couple of questions for Director Bell. You mentioned when Brad was asking about the contracting portion going forward, you said when we add more equipment, that may at some point happen. What kind of other equipment would be looking at adding that would make, you know, that particular chipper, you know, a part of something larger? And then secondly, I'd like to know how much money we spent, how much the dollar figure was on contracting of those services last year.
Sure. My staff would really love a bucket truck and if you let them ask, they will. But that literally was the request of, could we get a bucket truck next? So I said, calm down, let's start with something manageable. So I don't have a specific answer in terms of what other than, you know, the wish list of a bucket truck that the parks would be asking for. A lot of it, I would think, would be more small equipment, which would fall under the small capital budget. I don't have a number off the top of my head of what our contracted services were for this past year. I would have to look that up and get back to you, Counselor.
Yeah, that's what I expected. I meant like just to bring that back in the next report, that number or whatever, but thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, and I'll make sure that it's in the business case of what our contracted services have been maybe for the last 4 to 5 years around this particular area.
I think one of the pieces of equipment that might have been bought by or for parks is whatever trail grooming, cleaning, that tool cat. Yeah, that was one example of a piece of equipment in the past that went there.
Can they use the ladder truck to introduce?
I did already
Didn't ask you, Counselor Ford.
Depending, it's bucket trucks and insulated boom.
Okay, health and safety all over the place on that one.
Yeah, I think I can hear Chief Harris from here saying, no. Well,
And specialized training.
Okay, so that's all for community services right now, maybe.
okay, if there's nothing further on community services, we'll move on to corporate services, and this includes fire and emergency response as well. So the order here is a little bit jumbled, but beginning at the top, we've identified that at some point we're going to start to need to anticipate replacing our Gen 7 is, I believe, 32 years old, 33 years old. It's getting up there. And so it's certainly reaching a point that it will probably already past the point where it needs to be replaced. But we've identified 2027 and 2028 as when we anticipate that spend. Again, we don't have firm numbers for what that will cost at this point, but the trend has been for those types of assets to be getting quite a bit more expensive as time has moved on. Also identified for fire was a replacement RAV in 2027. And again, that's kind of geared out to be useful in, it's more than just your typical on the road RAV. It's equipped with everything it needs to be able to get into spots that the bigger equipment can't. Every year we budget, and it's kind of a rough number, but 60 grand, and kind of can vary year over year for IT evergreens that's replacing computers. The 2025 budget, you may end up bumping that up a little bit before it comes back for final approval, because we know with the changes to our Microsoft Office, or sorry, Microsoft, the operating system, it's basically any of the older versions are no longer going to be supported by October of next year. So several of our older computers are going to need to be replaced. But we have a budget for that every year going forward as well. We've also identified funds to replace Unit 11, and as we talked about, a budget proposed for the new town hall renovations. Additionally, this year we've identified our ERP, so we use Diamond, it's our accounting software. It is no longer going to be supported as of 2029. So that has forced our hand. We were already in the process of considering changing to a different provider, because there's several functions that it hasn't met, and we've noticed overall just a decline in the amount of service that we're able to get when we have changes that we want to do to our reports and things like that. It's been a real challenge, but we've identified some funds starting 2025 and going forward, and through further discussion, we think that it's going to be more expensive than the 400,000 that I've got here. But I will firm up that number as we get more information. We've also identified, just based on the age of our older CPO truck, that one of them is going to be up for replacement 2026. We've got a budget for fire services small capital, and again, Chief Harris has details on what he thinks he's going to need each year going forward. And additionally, we've got our emergency response capital identified each year going forward. So again, right now we're still building this budget out. It's, as I've said before, this is kind of a living document that as we get better information, we add. In some are 2029, 2030 and beyond, we haven't populated values yet, but we know that there's going to be ongoing needs in some of these areas. Any questions on any of these projects?
So that ERP, that is the accounting software,
Yes.
or is that something else?
No, that's our accounting software.
Okay. Good. Counselors, corporate services questions? Looks like we're okay for that one, so onwards.
Okay, just moving on to infrastructure and developments. Again, I'll skip over all the things that we previously discussed as part of the 2025 budget. So lift station 7, we've currently got that on for 26-27. The 12-foot Davies Event Park bridge repairs we've got on the list for 2026. Sidewalk maintenance is an ongoing expense. The wastewater treatment plant upgrades. So you can see on here the currently what we've got as an estimate for that project going forward is 25 million. I want to highlight though that that is based on our estimates from when the funding proposals went in 2019. And so that $25 million is pre-COVID estimates. So it could be light. We don't have a firmed up number on that, but just in general, inflation since then, everything costs about 20% more. So it could be a $30 million project, or potentially even higher than that once all is said and done. We've also got in the budget offsite levy review, or sorry, the plan offsite levy reviews for 2028, and this sanitary sewer model master plan in 2026. The infrastructure renewals, so that is kind of an ongoing, again, it's kind of an every year project for road work primarily. Do we have any specifics on that, Director Fisher?
Yeah, I'm hoping that when this comes forward next year, that for 2026 and 2027, I can actually break that out into specific, more specific projects, so that you guys could say, yes, we would like to do this, no, we wouldn't.
Moving on, Reservoir 353 is identified as starting in 26, going through 28. And again, a very significant dollar amounts that will be a burden on our water utility. Street sweeper replacement slated for 2028, and IUP updates for 2027. We've also identified as our 2030 and beyond generators for the water treatment plant, and mobile generators for facilities and stations. So moving on to next slides. Again, this is kind of out there in 2029, but River Road embankment stabilization. Also, we've got on kind of 2030 and beyond stairway to the high school and Kaufman Hill Road. So these are projects that it's identified that there's work to be done, but we don't have a concrete plan for the timeline for when it's going to be done. So also the old forestry building and the building that burns downtown, we've identified those as 2030 and beyond, but the reality is that council may choose, if in the future the town was to take possession of those properties, may choose to do that work sooner. And the last item identified was a tool cap for, again, 2030 and beyond. So we'll take any questions for infrastructure and development.
The crack sealing equipment for 2025, is that like pouring and all that we used to contract out?
Yeah, so the intent would be to swap sort of sorry. I'm gonna come up and sit beside Director Mumford, because then there's a mic that actually works beside me. So the intent with that would be to switch sort of our line painting and crack sealing programs. So right now we do lots of our own line painting, and there's a concern sort of about timeliness with respect to that. And when we contract out our crack sealing, we can do, I think it was about $40,000, give or take, and we were able to do about 6 kilometers of road for crack sealing. I think if we swap those programs and contracted out a bunch of our line painting, we would be more time, it would cost more to get the line painting done. But that would free up some staff to put on crack sealing. And if we had a crack sealing unit that we could pull behind a pickup, that there's quite a few efficiencies that we could have for the same amount of material that I spend for the contracted service. I could probably get through most of the town for crack sealing. And there's a little bit more appetite for crack sealing to be one of those things that carries on all summer overnight, right? That makes sense. The lines are open. We did that.
Councillor Good?
Yeah, I just said, I'm really happy to see the generator, the water treatment plant concept in there. I mean, and I know it's 2030, and it's a long way off. But I think that there's becoming municipalities all over North America, in fact, probably around the world, building resiliency into the infrastructure of the municipalities, so you're not constantly relying on the outside to keep you I don't like the word survivable, but I mean it in this more general sense, not specific sense, that municipalities have to be able to maintain their production of water and some necessary services in the face of some pretty substantial deprecations of services could be available, could come around. So I'm really happy to see it.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
This $300,000 for a cul-de-sac on 91st Street, is that the cul-de-sac that the citizens in that area are deciding whether they're going to have it asphalt and swamp?
Correct. I figured we would include that in the budget, going into next year. On the assumption that they did a successful petition. If they don't undertake a successful petition, because that project is currently funded partly, in the capital plan, for next year. It's funded partly using a local improvement, levy. So if that doesn't go ahead, then that project just would not proceed, and those funds would go back into reserve. Okay. Just to Councillor Good's comment, there's a bunch of stuff in the I&D area that are sitting in the 2030 and beyond category. Some of those council may want to move ahead. I've placed them there because I didn't know how they would fit into the 5 years specifically. A lot of them would take quite a bit of work to action next year. I would be very challenged to action them next year. But if council wanted to move forward, I would consider that something has to be moved back in the plan where we can, just for capacity and for administration to be able to execute, because currently we're going into 2025 with about $7 million worth of carryover, which is quite a bit. And then we're adding $8 or $9 million on average over the next 5 years with the capital plan as it is. So if something is coming out, something should definitely be moved down. In terms of the generator comment, I wouldn't be allowed to build a new water plant without one.
For good reason.
Any further on infrastructure development, Councillor Scanlon?
Looking at these totals here, for some years, I mean, like, the total is like greater than our, what we even bring in through our, say, tax supported, and I know a lot of this is wastewater funded, so a number of these items, and it looks like there's a lot in totals for 26, 27, and kind of thing. These are a combination of utility fees, grants,
Debt. And certainly the further out they get, the more aggressive or we could pursue more funding for them. So right now, the reservoir is sitting there a couple of years out, right? Reservoir 353.
Yeah.
We haven't done an application to the Alberta Municipal Wastewater Partnership Program for that. So we could start putting that into our, because it's on our list and our plan, and we know we're gonna have to do it. We can start advocating with the ministers and with our funding agencies that, hey, we're gonna have to do this, before we need to actually do it immediately. So we can get those grant applications in, we might be able to secure some funding, but there's lots of time in there for our funding agencies to look at their plans, their funding commitments, and see where they can slot us in as well.
So are some of these going to be shovel ready should the province suddenly decide they have a windfall and want to give it to us?
I always think it's good practice to have shovel ready stuff. I don't have a lot of shovel ready things at the moment, but that is certainly our long term. I think it's a slower process. I think it's really valuable for a community to do design, have a really good, this is what we're going to do,
then go to like tender and construction. So, when you see some of these bigger projects, like, and I'm gonna go back to the reservoir 353 in the capital plan. So if you look at it, there's $300,000 in the first year. That's so that we can start the design, start whatever we need to do. And then there's a bigger amount of funding sort of the year after. And lots of these are multi-year projects, so you might see, in wastewater plants, realistically 2 or 3 years after the fact, where that money kind of matches the cash flow. So you'll see me wanting to slow things down a little bit, just so that we can get ahead of it, have a plan, and then go to tender with a more wholesome design. So what happens is if it's really rushed, I am more likely to have change orders. I'm more likely to go to tender with incomplete documents that generally will call, and when I say incomplete, less defined documents. And I'm more likely to get higher pricing if it's less well-defined, and more likely to encounter change orders. So I would like to slow down the process long-term, so we go in design, especially for these bigger ones, go design, then tender and construction.
Okay, I understand that. I guess in the past, we've been lucky once in a blue moon that we had something ready that the gods agreed with us and we got a bigger grant or more timely grant sort of thing. So that's why I was asking. Thank you, though. Anything further, Councilor Carr?
I noticed on here that there isn't anything in the budget for the 101st Street slide. Is there a reason why we haven't?
It's already budgeted in 2023. It's gonna carry over.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Just on that one, I think I'm going to reapply to the grant program again for that one and the one on 90th Street. Get it, it's great. If not, then we'll proceed as it's funded.
Yeah, at a committee I was at, Northern Alberta Elected Leaders. The thought there was keep applying for as much of that, STIP grants as possible. So even if you don't get them, the province realizes that the need that is there. So, and if they're ready, why not, I guess. Yeah. Thank you. Any further?
Sorry, to Councillor Carr's question. 90th Street is also not on the list, but will be carried forward for 2023.
What is 90?
It's underneath the bridge on the other side of the river. It's an erosion spot as well.
Oh, right.
And maybe the 12 at Davis Park events park.
I put it in the 2026 one. We
The
can,
bridge, yeah.
it's in there. I have to do some condition assessment to update the numbers, I think, before we reapply for that one.
Okay. Mr. Mumford.
So final slide here, for my conclusion is our summary document. Again, if you notice, there's some items in 2029 as we've gone through that we haven't fully populated yet. So I'm anticipating that number is gonna further come up as well, but we're looking at an average spend over the next 5 years of in the $9 to $10 million per year range on capital. So it's important that council and the public be aware of those demands. And unfortunately, a lot of them we don't have a whole lot of choice on. The town takes on a significant amount of risk if we don't do some of these things, and this is really what's driving a lot of the proposed rate increases on our utility, water and wastewater funds. So again, we're not looking for council's approval on this plan at this point. It was really just, we wanted to get it in front of you, so you would see kind of the magnitude of the numbers that we're looking at over the next 5 or 6 years, and take any questions, or if there's any additional items that council would like to be put forth for consideration. Thank you.
So the 5-year capital plan is one that really we're mandated to have, is it not?
Correct.
So any further comments, questions on the 5-year capital plan at this point? not, perhaps someone would move that council accept the draft 5-year capital plan presentation for information. Councillor Carr so moves. Okay, all those in favor of that motion?
In favor.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, it is carried. Thank you, Mr. Harper, and onwards, draft utility budget.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is council's second look at the utility budget. Now initially, we were looking to bring the utility rates bylaw back for council for second reading this evening. We decided because of the order of the agenda and we really wanted to hear from council where they're landing on this budget, because really the budget is going to be what informs the rates that are in that bylaw. So, we have the ability to bring that bylaw, we can bring it back to the GMP for further discussion if we want to talk the specifics of the rates that are in it. But the plan would be to bring that to council for second and third reading on December 9th. So we had an open house last Monday, which was, I think, quite well attended by the public. The mayor and most of council were here in attendance as well. And we really got a chance to hear from the public the concerns that they have regarding the rate increases, affordability, etc. So speaking specifically to the utility budget, the version that is before council this evening, the only changes that are in it is we've received more accurate information on the costs of the town's benefits. So like the healthcare or health and dental type benefits. So that's pushed up the costs in both the utility and the tax supported budget very slightly. But other than that, there's no changes in the figures that you'll see in these proceedings or in the coming slides. As I mentioned, the concerns of the public, there's just a few of them summarized: rate increases and the pace of the increases. Whether or not appropriate funding is there for capital needs, discussion around reserves. And I think one of the messages that I heard was the idea that if we're doing this to fund our utilities, that there should be, and that in the past, some of that was being subsidized by the taxpayer, that there needs to be some relief for the taxpayer if we're shifting that burden from the tax supported side of the equation to the utility side of the equation. Again, this slide's unchanged in the previous presentation, just states the different assumptions that go into the slides. And again, these are the updated figures. Again, not a huge change in the consolidated totals. So what I really would like to hear from council is where you folks are landing on it. It's substantial increases, and the model that we have is, it's saying 9.7% per year for 5 years, and on water 10.1 per year for 5 years of wastewater, to get us to a point that we're putting away enough to cover what we should be spending on capital. One of the other things that we did was we posted, because we're trying to reach out to people in different ways. So we posted on Facebook and said, anyone that has questions, please put them in. We'll go based on likes and we'll respond and based on the questions that we received. And, one of the questions was around, well, how much should the town have in reserves? It's a tough number to say, based on the model that we have. The model is looking at what our gross capital is, and it's saying, we know that some of it's going to be funded by the government, by the province and the feds. Put in a number for what percentage you think that's going to be. Our model, we used 50. If that's a high number, then our model is not going to be sufficient at 9.7 and 10.1. We'd actually need more. It also assumes that what you spend in the past is going to cost you more in the future. We know that that's true with inflation. So that number, it grosses it up by 50%. So you end up with and then you spread that over the useful life of those assets. So in our water fund, the the model and this kind of the industry standard is 35 years is your average life for your water infrastructure and 30 years for your wastewater infrastructure. So when you run all those numbers in today's dollars, the ratepayer should be contributing about $2.5 million a year just for. And then that's also going to get matched by equal funds from the province and the feds. So, and I made this comment during the public open house. If we were 100% focused on getting to a point of full cost recovery, the proposal would be effectively a 50% increase today. The longer that council waits to put these changes in place, the more it will cost the user in the end, because it forces administration and future councils to use debt financing, which then you incur the cost of that interest over time. So again, I put it to council for where you're landing on these rate increases, and we'll use that feedback to further inform the rate bylaw when we bring that back for further discussion. Thank you.
So I guess one of the questions that came up at the allocation or the meeting we had was whether or not essentially person thought the wastewater treatment plant was built for a larger population than we presently have. And would there be any changes in the design, the size of that plant that would be more appropriate to what has happened with our population? So, and I guess my question is, at some point, you still have a basic wastewater treatment plant, but you need this, that, and everything.
Hi, Mayor Manser, long time no talk.
Yeah.
So I think that there are we've got two facilities, right? We've got our water plant and our wastewater plant. Our water plant is sized for a larger population. It's meant for regional service. That's actually how that project, when it was upgraded, was funded. It was funded under Water for Life, which is, it's a program run by the Alberta government. It is specifically targeting regionalized services. Under that program, if for eligible projects, the province will cover 90%. So it was sized for future growth and for a larger population to make it qualify for regional service. And it is a regional service. It does provide water for two of our neighboring counties through sort of the regional Chatsbury Co-op line, and then there's the Dixonville Co-op. But the wastewater plant is just really seriously our community. When I look at the equipment that's there, it is primarily based for a community about our size. The upgrades that are coming are going to be primarily regulatory driven. So there's a requirement for spare capacity and things like that have to be included. So the net effect of doing the upgrades is it'll be better for growth, but that's not the driver. The driver is redundancy. But it's appropriately sized for.
Yeah. What else? They asked, well, this is maybe a separate question than this, but there was some questions about the C1, C2, just how that worked for more clarity in terms of the medium size commercial, but I think maybe that's a different question than here. So I don't know. Did others have questions about conversation right now about the utility?
Is there gonna be any other open houses which council will have the opportunity to engage the public? So I see on the slide here, it says mayor and administration engaged on November 18th. I found out about that through a social media post and another councillor late Friday or Saturday. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend because of prior commitments. So is there going to be more opportunity for open houses with this, with the ratepayers?
So currently Just the Christmas open house is the other opportunity for discussion. No, it's not specific to this topic, but it's on the table, things that the public can raise as concerns.
So 6 counselors, well, including myself, were there, so we did hear a lot.
Yeah, I found out about it on Saturday, so.
Anyways, other questions? So the question really is boiling down to, do we accept and go forth with the figures that we have in front of us? Or what do we do to change it? Councillor Good.
Well, I'll jump in. I think there are certain figures that don't move. Except, or they move in a direction you don't want them to go. For example, let's say it's X amount of dollars to get it done if you do it over 5 years. It's going to be X plus something if you do it over 10. There's no question it'll be an increase in cost. Where I have my internal battle is the impact on affordability on a person by person basis throughout our community. And there's a certain point where they usually talk about the last straw. That was the last straw. That was the one that broke the camel's back. That was the one that pushed it. And I think there's a sense among the public, and I think that I'm not going to question the validity of that 10% a year for the next period of time, next few years, is too high of an increase for people's affordability at this point. It was mentioned the other night that everything has gone up. Gas has gone up, your groceries have gone up. Just about every expense you can imagine has gone up. The only ones that we have a say on are ours. And the public really doesn't have a chance to go to the bank and talk about, gee, well, everybody else is doing really rough. Bank profits were amazing. That's why they're really a good investment. But they didn't cut back on their profits while everybody else was sort of trimming their toes. They didn't do that. You could say that if you take a look at car prices, for example, right now, I can tell you that car dealerships didn't really lower their prices during the last number of years. The proof is in the fact that we can lease a car a number of years ago and sell it for more than the payout today. So I mean, those kind of impacts have hit people on a daily basis. And we have an opportunity here not to solve the problem, but we have a problem. We have an opportunity to potentially address one of those pain points. Now, the battle I have internally. Do I just extend a slightly less painful thing over a longer period of time? Or do we rip the bandage off? Increase the pain at the front end and decrease the pain at the back end? Because there's no third alternative here that I can see. And I'm being very blunt. That's where I'm having the internal battle. Because as was mentioned at that meeting, and I mentioned it, we're no different than anybody else in this town. If it's going to increase the water bill, I'm going to pay it. If it's going to increase the water bill less, I'm going to pay it, but I may have a bit more free dollars over the next period of years to withstand that. And I'm just talking about my own internal battle, and I think I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that's probably the battle we're all having, is how to balance that. And how to manage the real legitimate pain and the real legitimate threats that the people in our community are facing the same as we are. It's not easy. So I haven't come to a conclusion yet, but those are the questions I'm asking myself. And yeah, I really can't give you an answer further than that, but I think I'm trying to explain it as best I can. How come this is so difficult? Your comment about if we could do it all at once, you'd increase it 50%. That'd be the best answer. That'd be the cheapest. Over the next 10 years, that'd be the least expensive alternative. I understand that. I can do the math. Maybe not as well as some people in this room, but I can do the math. But that's where it's at for me. It's a really difficult thing, so.
So. And Mayor Manager, just want to point out Shelley Shannon, or Councillor Shannon's hand up as well. So. It's obviously a fair point, Councillor Good. You know, the can has been kicked down the road a long ways on this issue. Rates were far too low for far too long. And the capital plan is marching towards us. So, you know, again, I wish I had better news. I don't like to be the person that delivers the bad news, but it's my job. And this is the reality of the situation, that if we agree on the philosophy that the user should be the one that pays for the service, and we isolate these funds the way that we have, with the information that we have, this is the this is the most accurate forecast we have going forward. Now, I do want to point out that although the model is better than what we had in the past, it's not infallible. We will feed data back into it next year, and it'll get more accurate as we go forward. That's why I'm not proposing a 50% increase right away, because we do need time to make sure that this model is working the way it's, we know what the numbers are, but we need to see how the actuals flow. And every time that we make a change to our, as an example, in the utility rate bylaw, we're proposing creating medium 1, medium 2. Anytime you make those types of changes, there will be, your users will change slightly as well. So we may not capture the revenue that we're anticipating. We might capture more. We don't know what the end user is going to do as we change these rates. But, you know, I think, as you know, we want to start to move in the direction that we know we have to go in. It's council's decision as to how rapidly we move in that direction. But the numbers are the numbers, and you know, if for council to be the ones making the decision on this, I'm not saying you should be scared, but it is like, these numbers are big numbers that we're going to have to spend in the coming years. And if we're not equipped to do it, we're marching towards our debt cap, but we have to debt finance all these things. And then there's all sorts of issues that come with that as well. Beyond the obvious one, that if you're borrowing money at 5%, for every $1 million you borrow, that's $50,000 a year of interest. That's, you know, just under half a percent if you were to put it on your tax base. That's almost a 1% increase on your utility customer, just to service that interest. So if you're talking about potentially adding $5, $10, $15 million worth of debt, these are very, very big numbers. And this is where adult decisions need to be made on this, with the knowledge that this is going to cause pain to the user. And you know, I get the frustration. I'm a homeowner here in town, and I see the cost of things going up. There's recently, just to pivot to the insurance discussion, talk about auto insurance rates going up 7.5%. You know, where you're getting the same service as you did last year, but you're seeing the premiums going up, and that's really frustrating for consumers. Our role in administration is letting the numbers out as transparently as we can, and showing the public this is why we need these dollars, and this is why, you know, I always say, if you're going to live here for the next 30 years, what's the most cost-effective way to do this? You got to charge more for it up front, because we don't have the reserves. We don't have the money in reserves to spend on this. So I don't know if I answered your comment. I don't know if there is an answer to your comment, Councillor Good, but this is a tough decision for you folks.
That it really isn't, but I mean, it was a lot different when you could borrow money at 1%.
Yes.
And you could borrow money at 1 or 2%. I mean, it was a lot different in that the pressure wasn't there in some cases to make some of the decisions, because you could borrow at almost the same price as your cash. So, and we do have debt limits that we can deal with, and we do have emergency funding that we can access and things like that. So it's not, there are methods, there are things to consider in the decision other than just it's the cheapest. And this, you talk about kicking the can down the road. Well, all the other companies that have increased their prices obviously are there because they've kicked certain things down the road at a certain point too, or didn't foresee the future any better than we did, or else they wouldn't be making a whole pile of profit if they are. So I think I'm just talking about the pain part of it, that's all.
Councillor Shannon?
I think Councillor Good reflects my feelings I might be a little more torn. But one thing I wanted to bring up is that I, like Councillor Ford, only found out about the open house on Facebook, and I think that was that could have been a really lost opportunity to for a chance for the councillors themselves, who are also involved in the decision, to speak to the residents of the community. I don't think a 2-hour time slot from 4 to 6 in the afternoon on a weekday when parents are picking up their school kids, I that was just a really odd choice of a time for an open house. I would like to see more consultation with the public on this before I even want to make a decision, because I've heard from people personally, I've heard from people at the open house, but the Christmas party or the Christmas open house, that isn't really where someone is going to come and talk about that, I don't think. I think we need to have more conversations, hard ones like we did the other night. And, you know, maybe something will come of it, but we do need to do more consultation. I absolutely believe that 100%. And I just want to add that I'm really, really worried about how it's going to affect our vulnerable population in town, as well as the seniors. I really worry about that because there are so many of them that are sitting on the line, and like someone mentioned the other night, this could be the tipping point, and I agree with that statement. I think we need to put some really serious thought and consultation into it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mumford and then Councillor Carr.
So I guess the administration's decision to make that open house as a basically the mayor and myself, it wasn't really directed as we didn't want council there. It was more so just being conscious of your time, right? It's in the past when I've had open houses, the attendance has been very, very poor in terms of and on this, obviously, I was quite surprised. It was very, very well attended, but it wasn't intended to be to not have you folks attend if you didn't want to. It's just it's really about having an opportunity for the public to get information from administration, from the mayor. In terms of, you know, this is where the struggle is. Like I've of course am empathetic with people's, you know, financial situations and the struggles that they're facing, but there needs to be an alternative suggestion, and it can't just be we're not going to fund our capital. Like we need to fund our capital. If we don't do that, it costs us more through expensive repairs. It costs us more if you know things happen and we get fined like that. There's lots of really significant risks. So I don't know what you would suggest as an alternative is if we're fairly trying to look at these funds as separate operation. And in some places they've done that, right? They've completely carved the water service out into its own separate utility to ensure that there's no cross subsidization. So I don't know what the alternative would be other than pushing for those increases. And I do think it's important as well. We're not looking for a commitment from council to do this over 5 years. The model says if you wanted to do it over 5 years, here's the pace that you do it in. But we're just looking at 2025 rates for the time being. So, you know, the budget that we have before you, it's you know, it's moving in the right direction of where the model says we should be, but it's not that 50% increase in 1 year that would be, you know, I think most people would say unacceptable, right? A 10% increase when you've identified the extent to which we've been chronically underfunding our capital is it's not at all the place.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Just something halfway down here on the page, postage, 13,000 for this year, going up another 3,400 for next year. Are we looking at going paperless on that, or can people, I know you can answer, or can we apply to have it emailed rather than?
In the new year, we're gonna, so I believe in carrot versus a stick. So in the new year, I've successfully launched a similar campaign in a prior community that we will encourage people. It'll probably be like, sign up online, get $15 off your bill, but you have to stay on for a minimum of number of months. And then it's equivalent postage. And then once people kind of get onto it, they'll be onto it. So that's the campaign that I'm gonna launch in the new year. Hopefully we will increase those numbers significantly.
Yeah, perfect.
Ms. Parsons?
Just a little shout out to our new website. Also, there's an online form you can fill out to sign up for paperless utility billing on the new website.
Okay.
Okay, so say that the proposal right now is a 10% increase, more or less, over the next 5 years to 2029. That's sort of the 5-year, we should be more or less self-sustaining, realizing there's all sorts of things that could change affecting the actual dollars. And maybe it's more than 10% by the end of the time, or maybe it's 8%. But what happens if we say, okay, 10% appears to be too much, so we're going to go to X, which is less than 10%. What are the side effects? We still have to do certain projects to meet like water standards, etc. What are some of the things that would happen if we said it's not 5 years, it's Y years? I'm not gonna put a number.
Yeah, as Councillor Good said earlier, if you spread the increases out over time, you have to have more increases because you have to close that gap eventually. So, you know,
So it
ultimately
becomes-
you're shifting the requirement from the current ratepayer to the future ratepayer.
Yeah.
And then that's, again, this is why we're in this situation. One of the comments at the open house was from someone, they said, you know, 20 years ago it was X, now it's Y, it's gotten harder to live here. It's like, well, for that whole period of time, her rates were probably too low. Right, and this is why, like, if you look at our water, wastewater combined capital reserve is under $1 million. For a municipality of this size, that is, it's practically nothing, right? And to compare it with some of our wealthier neighbors and some other communities, we're in very, very precarious financial situation when it comes to our reserves. And when you're looking at what the requirements are coming down.
Well, it's to my way of thinking, it's sort of like paying a mortgage off in 20 years versus 15 years. The chunk of change that you save there, except this is the opposite. If we pay everything in 5 years rather than in 10 years, there's a chunk of change that you save in a sense, but the increasing costs, maybe that part would balance out. But the future population still pays.
So on the utility side, there are a few operational things that we've discussed as administration that could result in savings. But it's not the type of thing that we can just, with a keystroke, cut the budget. Like, it's actual work that needs to be done by administration and by staff to make things more efficient. So we've identified those types of things, but it's not something that we're comfortable committing to in a budget, because if those changes don't happen, or if they don't happen the way that we think they would, then it's not a savings. And then we end up on the opposite end of the problem, where we've ambitiously budgeted a savings that didn't occur, which is a different type of problem. So, the concern here is, to use your analogy, Mayor Manzer, it's not really about paying the mortgage off early. It's whether or not the bank will give you more. Because we're gonna hit our debt cap if we have to debt finance all of these things. We're gonna have to go to the government and see if we can borrow beyond that. It doesn't leave any room for if we have unexpected things that happen. This is a decision about doing what is fiscally responsible for the municipality as an entity, and putting ourselves in a position to be able to, over the long run, save money for our ratepayers and our taxpayers.
I know later on in the report, there's some suggestions for council to discuss on sort of the tax supported side. That was one of the questions at the open house was, well, okay, if my utility goes up, is the tax somehow going down a little bit? The implication was, so that in the end, both tax and utility increased to that point, whatever, no return, I guess. But
And it honestly, if you're looking at areas where there can be service level reductions or areas where there can be just overall reductions in the budget, you'll find more of those on the tax supported side. In the utility, like we've, over the past 2 years, with very thoroughly gone through, and we're trending towards what the average cost is in a lot of areas, unless there's specifically identified R&M items. And that's something that, you know, if council wants that level of detail, we can come back and we can show you that work. We can show you how we've pared back on what's been budgeted in these areas. But all of that savings, it just has to get smacked into the reserves to pay for the capital spend that we see coming down. Like, there's no, it's not that those that can go back to the user right now. We need our users to pay more for that capital.
Councillor Skelmer?
Having been in a couple meetings where we've asked for grants and things, one thing that the province does tend to notice is that you have been making positive efforts in the right direction, which is one of the reasons why we were successful in getting the 9 million for our wastewater treatment plant, is because we had recently, when we had those meetings, prior to having those meetings, we had recently increased reserves, we had recently made some changes. And if we go to the province and ask for grants for some of these other things, these reservoirs and lift stations and that kind of thing, and they don't see us making moves in the right direction, we're gonna be out of luck. They're gonna say, until we see you guys doing the right stuff, why should we make up for your decisions that you already know you need to be making? So that brings me to the next thing. And there's plenty of times, having done this job for a while, where you run into having to fix things that previous councils did, and not by error, but mostly by, they just didn't know, they didn't have the information, they made the best decision they could make with the info they had. Then we find out later, oh, you know what, it would have been better had this happened. And I'm sure there's gonna be people looking at stuff that we've done and say the same. We're now in a position where we know, and we can't now not know. So if we were to say, well, we're not going to follow the recommendation of admin, we now know we're not doing something that we should be doing. And so, it's easy to forgive someone for making an error of omission when they didn't have the information or weren't fully, you know, aware of what was going on. It's because how can you be? We're not perfect, and no admin before has been perfect, and you guys aren't either. There's going to be things that we'll miss. But knowing now that this is something that we should do, knowing now that the best data that we have says this is what we should do, for us to then just decide to not do that and put this decision on a future council to make an even tougher choice for an even higher increase. It feels very irresponsible to move in that direction, even though it would be expedient, it would be prudent. And I think whether it's us in these chairs or somebody else in the next term, I think we could send a very good message to the future council that is here in 1 year's time. We'll be making this decision in exactly 1 year's time. If we, say, sitting on the cusp of an election or whatever, are willing to make the choice that the data seems to be showing we need to make, I think we would send that future council the message of responsibility, even though it is difficult, even though there will be potentially a price to pay for it in some regard or another. There will be a heavier price down the trail that somebody else has to make. It just doesn't feel right to do that to the future person sitting in this chair. It doesn't feel right to do that to the future person paying the water bill, which might be my kid someday. Kind of thing. So how come yours are so high? Well, those guys before didn't do it. How come yours is so high? Well, those guys before knew what they should have done and didn't do it is a whole lot worse. So it is not a happy thing to do, like you said, but I think it makes sense to have to do it. And, you know, one of the things that was well received in the open house, there was a lot of questions around the financial condition of the town. And I know it's not positive, I've never said that is, but we've made gains in the right direction. And I think we as council have an opportunity here to put some of our trusted admin who have a track record of debt reduction, of finding those efficiencies that people keep talking about. I think they've earned that trust from us in this regard, as well, so. Thoughts on that?
Well, you know, I think we can all say that, gee, we wish in 1987 or 1987, the council of the time had got onto this model, whatever it was at that time, and done it. So it's hard decisions no matter what we do. I'm looking at my utility bill right now, and I realize I'm a resident. I'm not one of the C1, C2 categories, so totally different. But my fixed utility and my variable utility the month I'm looking at, were $104 a month. So if they go up $10 a month, that would be what I would be seeing on my two budget lines here, is what I'm thinking. So as a resident, and I live in a single household, whatever, that's my circumstance. If I live in a household of 6 people, we were told the other day that I think the fixed cost was 200 or something for that one particular person, and the variable costs were another almost 200 according to what I think was said. So $40 a month would be their increase in fees, if that is.
So, Madam Mayor, I don't have the figures here in front of me, but in the initial utility rate bylaw, our briefing note that came forth to council, I included in that a series of different, if you're this type of customer, here's what an average customer consumes, and here's what the year-over-year breakdown would look like. If subject to check, I think for residential, so people on like a 3/4 inch residential connection, or meter, it was 7.7%. So it's not like 9.7% across the board. The model has some customers paying more, so I think a large commercial was paying over 10 for water, like 10% increase, whereas small commercial, I think it was so 2 point something. So the model is looking at, if you take your customer types and you classify them, how much are we recovering from each customer based on their share of those fixed costs and their share of the operating variable costs. Again, it's complicated, but the goal of the model is to try and get to a point where it's, as I say, as fair as possible for as many people as possible, for as many users as possible. So I don't have exact numbers for you. Every situation is going to be different, but it's as I said, with the information we have, it's the best path forward for the utility.
It would help. I'll jump in here. It would help me to have those numbers again. I don't remember them. So if they can be brought back for next meeting, so we have a better idea, that would help me out.
Yeah, and when we bring the bylaw back, we'll have that information included as well. On that note, do we have any comments from council regarding the proposal to create medium commercial 1 and 2? Because in terms of changes in like more substantial changes in the bylaw, that is the one that if you're a customer in those classes, it's a big impact, positive or negative, right? If you're coming from large commercial to medium commercial 2, then that's a substantial savings, approximately $180 a month on the fixed charge, and the impact is going the other way if you're going from small commercial into medium commercial 1. So I know that's, I've heard concerns from the folks moving from small commercial and medium commercial 1. I haven't heard any concerns from the other group, the ones that are coming down. But there are approximately the same number of users. I think it was 57 in one group and 58 in the other. It just worked out that way. Are there any thoughts on that? And again, the intention behind that was by creating more granularity. You don't have as much circumstances where folks were changing their meter to get into the cheaper class. Because previously it was about a 10-fold increase to go from small commercial to large commercial. And now the steps are just smaller in between. So, I'd like some feedback from council on that, so we can build that into the bylaw we bring back.
And again, it's more of a question than anything else, is that some of the talk was people who said, I have, I think in one case, I have multiple lines running into one place. I think there's another fellow who said, I have too large of a line. I don't need that large of a line for my business. Is there anything I can do about that?
Yeah.
And I never got to my mind, I never got answers that were really very clear to me. It may have been clear to them what the answer was. If the answer was, yeah, you could go to a smaller line, or no, you've got, this is the line you have, that's what you have. I mean, I don't know the answers to those things. Are there other things that our users can do to offset some of the impact that it would have on them? Because, I mean, if 20 years ago, a guy said, well, build a big line, it doesn't really cost you anymore, so you might as well put a tunnel, into your building. You don't need it, but it doesn't cost you any more to build. He says, oh, I'll take that big pipe. Well, now he's got that big pipe, he's been told that big pipe's gonna cost him a lot, so that, I just want some more clarification around that, are the things that our clients can do, because they're our clients.
So as I had said, there were customers that previously had 2-inch meters that if their building would allow, and I say that, I mean like sprinkler systems and all those considerations, pressure, etc. They were cutting back to 1.5-inch meter so that they would pay the small commercial rate. So that change was happening, and that's in part what prompted us to look at creating that more granularity, so that you wouldn't have people, or you wouldn't have people specifically making that change just to get the rate. Like in some instances, as you described, you could have someone that has a much bigger pipe than their building requires. We had one business owner that reached out to us because they wanted a refund on, they had multiple meters in their building. And they're saying, it wasn't a problem when we were just being paid, we charged for volume. It was actually a benefit for them because they could more easily pass those costs on to their tenants. But now they're eating 2 fixed charges, and they don't want that. So now they're, again, they're responding to that. They're looking at other options are to get rid of the second line or the second meter and go back to just having one. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game, because and that's why, like, the more carve outs, the more exceptions that are put into a bylaw, the more opportunity there is for folks to game the system.
But that is fair to a degree, and the reason I'm saying it's fair is that our Canadian tax system says that you can arrange your affairs to minimize your taxes. And so that's what I'm asking here. Do we have the same, do our clients, do our customers, our water customers have that same ability to arrange their affairs to minimize their water costs or whatever? And in a way, I'm not sure that we should stand in the way of their ability to do that. I'm not sure we should. And again, we're asking the question about, do they have that ability to at least take that into consideration?
So if the principle is that the user should pay for the service can be further broken down into the variable element and the fixed element. Prior to 2022, and the example of the small business owner who went from the $10 a month bill because they just flushed their toilet and that was it, to a $200 a month bill because now they're having to pay the commercial rate, et cetera, et cetera. They're just paying their share now. They were getting a much lower rate in the past because the fixed charge element of it was not being considered in the pricing. And again, I'd say it's 2020. If you could go back in time, they would have been paying a much higher rate that whole time to account for that capital. They were effectively, free riding in the system by just paying the variable charge. And that's on previous administration and council for not making that change sooner.
Well, and also the provincial government, which has now mandated that they came to the municipality, sorry. The provincial government came to us, I remember being in council at the time, and said, you're going to go to a cost recovery model. That was, I can't remember the study that we had done, that the administration did, that brought the report, said this is where you're gonna have to go, because we're telling you that's where you're gonna be. It wasn't a consideration 25 years, conversation never even came up. How do I know? I was there. It didn't come up, but that conversation came up, I can't remember the exact year. But there was a whole study done in the town about where the town was gonna have to go to, which was why we went to a fixed model. However clumsily, that's why we went there. So that's all I'm asking is that, yeah, you're quite correct. They were getting a free ride, but we were getting a free ride on our phone bills. We were getting a free ride on electric bills. A lot of people were getting a free ride on not paying for the infrastructure of their house. And that was happening in a whole bunch of different areas, which is why so many of those services, electric bills, for example, have gone to a fixed rate model where you're paying a certain amount for what you use, but you're paying a massive amount for the infrastructure to your home. So I think you have to recognize that there was a whole change in philosophy on that, and probably a good one.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, I just want to address something there. Councillor Coot had mentioned that there were some attendees at the open house or the Q&A session that asked if they could change their meter or get rid of a meter. And I think there's a couple things here, but they're absolutely welcome to apply to have it changed. It is not our job to say that this size of meter is appropriate for the building. So they might have to do some homework for that. In the case where they might want to eliminate a meter, the town is not responsible for repiping the inside of the building to accommodate that. That is their cost to eat. But if they want to go to a smaller meter and they've done the work and said, oh, you know what, we could change this from a 2-inch meter to a 1-inch meter and it would meet our building needs and it's okay for building code. Yeah, why wouldn't we support that? But they would pay, they would apply and they would pay for the new meter because it's a cost, it's not done for free. And then they would be responsible for adjusting the pipe spooling or any plumbing necessary in the building to accommodate that.
That's a really good answer to my question. Thank you.
Councillor Ford?
I think what Councillor Goodwood's referring to was the Corvus report
Yeah.
from back in the day. I was on council when the fixed rate was applied. And using myself as an example, in the house that I'm in, back in the day, my water bill was literally $35. That was prior to the fixed rate coming in. So looking at that, and you have a family next door to me that has 4 kids and 2 adult, or family of 4, family of 6 or whatever. At $35, if something breaks on my street, my neighbors actually, their rates are paying for me to get my stuff fixed. So hence with back in the day, having that fixed rate, at that point in time, my understanding that fixed rate, whatever it is, was supposed to go into that reserve. So that if the water line broke in front of my house, then I'm paying my fair share to have that fixed. Well, because I'm paying for that service, not just that $35 a month that I was paying because of the water that I used.
Yeah, you're paying for that, you're paying for the infrastructure to purify the water and to clean it on the other end. All of that is built into it.
But that number that I gave, like my water bill was literally $30 or $35 a month.
But at that point in time, when that was changed to the fixed as well, the Corvus report recommended, I don't know, it was either $6 or $8 per cube. And we were at 3, 4 or something.
Yeah.
So the council of the day said, well, that's too high of an increase to jump to at 100% right then. And so here we are.
Well, same discussion we're having.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been going up like
But now we have better data.
2 or 3, yeah, we have better data. It's been going up like
Well,
2 to 3% per year.
and the other thing on this, quite frankly, is if we're moving to this, you know, user pay sort of thing. And so we think of who pays for water and who pays for taxes. And there is that little element in there as well that makes user pay a little more attractive to the town as an entity, I think, to pay for its infrastructure for all the users, not just the taxpayers, because they're not equal groups.
Yeah, I hear, like Councillor Scammahorn's comments about, well, we have the data and it's gonna cost us more money in the end if we don't go with the recommendation. However, I also hear Councillor Good's comments about, well, if we do that, there's the neighbor down the street, that's the tipping point. And is that neighbor gonna stay here or is that neighbor gonna move? And it's gonna be, and like, I'm probably just as scared as Councillor Good. It's gonna be a tough decision, but in the reality, that tipping point is there for a lot of families in town.
So.
And people that live in apartments.
And, you know, you absolutely hear that comment. However, within the utility fund, the numbers are the numbers. Right?
No, I understand.
If you're looking to, and taxes are as high as they are in this town because they've been subsidizing the utility side for a long time. So, you know, it's not something that, it's not a one-to-one that by making this change, we can reduce on the taxes side right away. But by making this change over time, it will take pressure off your tax supported fund. Because you'll get to a point that it's no longer being subsidized by the taxpayer. Right now, it has been, right? Right now, it's only recovering 71 cents on the dollar, our utilities based on our model. So, and without these increases, it'll be down to 60 cents on the dollar by 2029. If the council does nothing, it'll just keep getting worse. Where does that come from? We can't print money. It doesn't just appear. It comes from the taxpayer. So that affordability argument, you know, you pay one way or the other. But it's fair to make the person using the water be the one that pays for it. And to take the pressure ultimately off the taxpayer. And then council can look at the services that are being paid by taxes. Once you've put everything into the proper silos, and they can say, this is the service level that we want the town to be at. This is what we can afford. This is what our taxpayers can afford. But until you've segregated those costs out in the proper silos, the waters are too muddied, right? It's very challenging to start to make those decisions when you've got those lines blurred the way that they have been in the past. This is moving us away from that. It's moving us towards the point where we'll be able to say that our utility funds are self-liquidating. The easy one to talk about is our solid waste pickup, right? Because you're really just dealing with tipping fees, one contractor, and what else is in there? Not a whole lot else, right? I guess the yard waste bins now. There's way fewer variables to talk about, and so you can very quickly put together the numbers and say, okay, based on the pricing that we're going to charge, we're going to have an estimated surplus of $80,000 a year. We do that for a few years until we have a bit of a cushion, and then we drop the rates a little bit to reflect that we no longer need to build up a reserve there because we've got one in place. You know, that's a small example. Obviously, on water and wastewater and storm sewer, it's a more complicated equation. But this is a really beneficial exercise for the town on the whole. Just it'll take a few years to get to that point that the taxpayer will start to see that relief. And as I said in the open house, it's down to councils to decide whether they want to change that service level and give some of those savings back to the taxpayer through lower municipal requisition, or whether they want to keep service levels where they're at or increase them. So, okay.
Councillor Boychuk, do you have any comments on this one?
Yeah, just a few. I won't reiterate too much of what's already been said, and thought Sam did a wonderful job at the townhouse, really explaining why we went to this model, and I believe we all supported it for those reasons, with the fact that it would offload our tax. Like, so if Sam, we're spending 70 cents on the dollar and subsidizing 30 cents, will we not be saving 30 cents a dollar from our tax base that we'll be able to have that relief from and go that way?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Deputy Boychuk. So we've already done an overhead allocation that previously it was 2 years ago it was zero. Last year, I think we put 80,000 in as a charge. So it's an expense in the utility funds and it's a revenue on the tax supported side. The model said that number should be $540,000. So that's basically what administration, we're not directly attributing costs that previously were being paid by the taxpayer. Now they're being paid by the utility customer. So that's already provided some relief on the tax supported side. I've also talked about, some of the issues historically in terms of how costs were capitalized, and that if we do some additional analysis on our capital spend over the past decade or maybe a bit longer, we would have a better sense of where those assets should have been set up. And by shifting those assets and the associated amortization expense from the tax supported budget over to the utility side, again, that will further ease the pressure on the tax supported budget. So I think this plan will ultimately, one way or the other, create some relief on the taxpayer, and it'll be up to council how that relief is utilized, either through lower rates or changes in service level.
Funding our amortization. Our reserves and tax supported.
So the other thing that does not go down, really, some of the costs on the tax supported side, they don't decrease either, no matter what we're trying.
Yeah, unless we have a deflationary type event, we continue to be subject to the same inflationary pressures that everyone else is.
Well, we keep hearing like, oh, well, inflation's going down. No, it's not going up as fast. And I think that's the other sort of thing that people are, a lot of people perhaps misunderstand. It's like, yeah, it's not at 8%, but it's still at 3%. So it's, it's just, your money's bleeding out slower, that's all. It's still bleeding out.
Okay, so councillors, I think at this point in time, you kind of brought up many points. We have to come to either a decision here that we basically accept the draft utilities budget for information, meaning that we're pretty sure, in my opinion, that means that we're pretty sure we're going to be looking forward at accepting it in the future unless somebody's got a major amendment to that at some point. And maybe I'm on the wrong track here, but Mr. Mumford, what do we need at this point?
Yeah, I really, it's guidance from council if you're in general at this point supportive of those rates, because that will be the rates that will be presented in the bylaw when it's brought back will be in line with what this budget is. It's a big problem if you pass a budget that's at a higher rate than what the bylaw says, right? If you pass the budget at 10 and then you cut back on the bylaw, then our budget's completely out of whack. So there needs to be some synergy there. And that's why we wanted to bring this discussion back prior to bringing you the bylaw again.
Councillor Sandler?
So we'll just basically at our next regular meeting, when because it won't be a GMP at our next regular meeting, we would be doing essentially second and third readings on the number that we kind of agree to go forward with today, as opposed to doing, like, say, second reading today and then, because, well, there's the bylaw's not here, so there's that.
So I think we can bring back the discussion at the GMP meeting, and then bring for second and third on the 9th. If we couldn't get second and third on the 9th, then we'd have to do a special meeting to get.
And per Councillor Ford's suggestion, we do have another chance to interact face to face with the public between here and there.
Well, and maybe I'll put it back to council, you know, because we recently did a post on Facebook calling out for questions. We thought the uptake on it wasn't great, and maybe it was just because people had already put a lot of comments under the other open house, and then those people came out to the open house and had a chance to speak. My concern is just, I don't know you're gonna find anyone that's gonna be advocating for higher rates. You're gonna hear a lot from the public that things are expensive, affordability, we're in an affordability crisis, pressure all over, no relief. That, I don't think that story is gonna change. But I'll put it to you, if there's other forums or other venues that you'd like administration to, you know, we're flexible in terms of what you would like to see.
Well, even at the meeting, we went like 40 minutes longer than usual. I mean, no one said don't build a water treatment plant, no, and that's kind of a facetious thing to say. But there was as many minds that were in the room that were not interested in paying more by the end of the meeting, as the discussion kind of evolved and sort of people started to, you know, as you know, Director Fisher started to lay out the capital requirements you know, specifically, this is what we need to do, this is the cost. You know, these are the things that are coming up. It kind of, I wouldn't say satisfied everybody, but sort of gave them all the, you know, understanding of where we kind of were at in that. Like you say, it marches forward just like time, and we have no option to get out of the way.
Counselor Good?
Well, I mean, one of the things I wouldn't mind seeing, I think we've asked you a couple of things to bring back in just sort of minor areas. You answered the water, the pipe question, Fred. I think Fred, well, that yes, they can do something with the size of their pipe if they want to, they can have that discussion. But the other thing is, you know, there's kind of a comment and a statement made that if we don't do this now, here's what you're going to pay more over the period of, let's say, the next 10 years. So what I wouldn't mind seeing, so the people, again, in transparency, people can make pretty tough decisions on anything given good information. I mean, reality has its way of enforcing things. So what I'd like to see is, for example, we're doing this, I think your plan is 10% over 5 years, ballpark. Wrong, say, okay, but here's what it would be if we looked at it over 10. I'll throw something up in just the year. We do it over 10. Here's what it's going to be, and here's what the final number is going to be. This is how much is going to be coming out of your pocket over the next 10 years. If you decide to minimize the pain in the short term, here's what the price is in the long term. So, because as I said, there's no third alternative here. But let's have a clear picture of what the two alternatives are. And I think in a lot of cases, that'll make it a lot better for people to be able to say, okay, now I get it, I get what we're doing, and I get why we're looking at doing it. And again, that gives them one more piece of the puzzle. Again, if there wouldn't be as much pressure on this one fee, if everything wasn't hitting everybody from every single direction that's going on, because I don't know of any bill that hasn't gone up. I mean, I know my grocery bill, I'm just speaking to myself because it's the only one I know. But it used to be $200 a week in our household, and now it's getting near $4 to get roughly the same amount of stuff we were getting 3 or 4 years ago. I don't think that's unusual. I don't think that scenario is something everybody in this room is going to go, oh, it didn't happen to my house. You know, I think that people are seeing that kind of stuff. So I'd like to see that 10-year scenario and say, here's what you're looking at, here's why. So if you could bring that back, I think your model can handle it pretty quickly and bring us back and say, that's what we're trying to avoid. So just my own thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, and we already have that in, like, our model is, I think it's a click of a button, we can jump from a 5-year versus a 10-year.
Yeah.
But the sooner that you implement the larger increases.
I understand that.
You know, we could.
But I want a number at the end that shows people what the impact of that number will be, because it's going to come out of their pocket anyhow.
Mhm.
And so
And I can, I think fairly easily do that on an entity-wide scale. It's a lot harder to try and do that on a, what that is for
Yeah,
person or family or household, but.
yeah, that's fair. Anyways, that's something I'd appreciate seeing.
Counselor Shannon?
I like Don's idea, or Counselor Good's idea of that comparison. That would be, I think that would be helpful to residents. I know it's a hard decision. I know it has to be done, but I would like transparency and clarity on and as much as we can anyway. So I do like that that idea of Counselor Good brought forward.
Mr. Mugford, would you be able to have that for the GMP just for information so that people can mull it over, et cetera, for December 9th?
Sure.
Would that work?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. And I appreciate all the work you're doing on this.
Okay, so at this point then, would we be prepared to accept the draft 2025 utility supported operating budget presentation for information? We've had a lot of questions, and Councillor Scammahorn would so move. And the idea being that December 2nd, we'll have some more data, and December 9th, we'll have another discussion, and perhaps be able to move to second and third readings, depending. Is anybody who has questions about that time frame or that possibility? I guess one thing, we might appear to be pushing some of these budgets. The reason to also make some decisions is so that if council accepts at least an interim budget by December 9th, it allows administration to basically start acting on tenders and so on. And in the past, we haven't accepted budgets till February, March at some points in time, which meant that tenders didn't go out till anytime in June, July even, and therefore work that you thought might have been happening that year definitely wasn't because the tender hadn't gone out. So if you move the tender ahead, there's possibility the work gets done and taxpayers and everybody else sees some result of their paying for the payments sort of thing. But anyways, Councillor Scammahorn has moved that council accept the draft 2025 utility supported operating budget presentation for information. Any further discussion? Okay, everybody's clear on that motion, so all those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Favor.
Okay, it is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Mugford, for your preparation and response to that. Does anybody want a short break at this point in time? We're okay to go on? Onwards and upwards. Okay, onwards and upwards with the second review of the 2025 tax supported operating budget. Mr. Mugford again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one shouldn't be controversial at all.
Oh, no.
So again, the only changes from the prior version are just the minor increases to reflect the revised benefits estimates. Otherwise, the figures that are presented here are unchanged from what was previously mentioned or previously brought forward. So we received a little bit of feedback from a couple of councillors on I would say concerns regarding specific items. And some just overall general concerns that it's too much of an increase on both the tax side and on the utility side. So one of the slides that the administration has put together here is a list of potential areas for consideration and discussion. Now, we did have a workshop with council where there was discussion on some of these items regarding service level changes, but we wanted to put a few of these things on the table and see if there's any areas that council wants to have additional discussion on. We've also, when this was presented previously, put the option of there, if there's areas that council wants us to delve into specifically, we can bring back similar to the level of detail in the utility fund where you have kind of your sub-function and your object level detail. If there's areas that council specifically would like us to delve into. But a lot of these items that we've identified here are ones where if there was a reduction, you would experience kind of that ongoing savings every year. So what I mean by that is, like, as an example, top of the list, the grants to organizations. That's budgeted, that's $50,000. It's in the budget every year is $50,000. It's something that council could choose to cut. As an example. So again, it's really up to council if you even want to have discussion on these areas. If you're satisfied with the budget as presented, then we can proceed with all of these items inclusive. As we talked about previously. You know, your surplus excluding amortization in this budget is $741,000. So it's not a huge amount of money that will ultimately go through to reserves to pay for capital and repayment of long-term debt. So that's why, like, when we get to the capital budget as part of the next presentation, you'll see again that most of the tax supported capital spend is being funded through your LGFF and your debt stakes. Because we're just not putting enough away on the tax supported side to fund those needs, which is not uncommon. I think it's fairly common for municipalities to rely pretty heavily on those funding sources. But there's risk there too, because those funding sources could be changed or decreased, and that's outside of our control. So.
We also have a situation where some of our, I think of the word I would use for the provincial government, is only paying half the tax that they fully should. So it's about $500,000. Ballpark.
The grant,
Over 5 years.
That's over 5 years.
Sorry,
That
So
was,
it's over $100,000 a year.
how much?
Over 1,000 a year.
100,000?
It's
$100,000 a year, still $100,000 a year. I'm just saying that there's situations like that as well.
Okay, so there's a list in front of us here. Does anybody want to any point on any of these ones? Focus the bill.
The province just revamped victim services where we no longer have a region or a town. Victim services done regionally, so I would have no issue cutting that. I mean, we've lost our service. Drastically lost our service. In fact, I could tell you things that would shock you with what they've done, so I would have no issue with cutting that one.
So I guess my question, do we know for sure that the 13,500?
Where's it go?
No. Where does it go under the new model?
I'm not exactly sure, but we no longer.
Yeah, we don't know.
East River Victim Service.
I know they went to this hub business,
Yes.
which
I know they have staff here.
Yeah, they do, but it's not the same.
they don't go face to face too much anymore. So, okay, that's been a proposed one. Any other counselors on that item?
I don't know enough to say.
I just feel like I don't know.
So how would we figure out to know?
If that 30,000 is still being spent in town and providing services to people in town, then I don't think we necessarily have a problem with it. If it's just a number we're throwing into a plot and we're getting $500 back, well, then I have a problem with it. Oh, sorry. It should have a mic on, but I'll say it again. if we're spending 13.5 and we're getting 13.5 spent in our community and is providing services to people in our community that are going through issues, I'm not sure we have a problem with it, but if we're spending 13.5 and getting 5 back, then I have a problem.
So I pose it to admin, is there any way you can clarify where the 13,500?
Try.
Okay, so we could try, that would be acceptable. Councillor Carr, they try and find out. for
Well,
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I think you'll be quite surprised. What I've been told.
yeah. Okay, anything, Councillor Shannon's hands up.
You're on mute, Councillor Shannon. You're still on mute there.
Oh, sorry. Are we going line by line or are we just each talking about what we want to see?
We're looking at the chart in front of us, the potential areas of consideration. So.
So
you have
just
that
name
chart in
it
front of
once
you?
or, okay, no particular order.
No,
I would like,
I don't think any particular order, but do you have something there you wanna?
yeah, I'd like to, if I had to pick things that I'd like to see eliminated, I would say like some of the wants that aren't needs, such as the mural, utility wraps, and possibly leaving the municipal intern, but the energy manager position, maybe delaying that. That'd be a few that I would be comfortable removing. Yeah, the murals, the utility reps. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, that's just my 2 bits on it.
I guess my response to that is probably one you're gonna be aware of, is that the downtown beautification is one of those things that people like to see when they're in our town. I know the paint helped on the some of the buildings that got painted in part because of the business grant through the economic development thing. Paint does help. So anyways, that's only my say, so others hop in on the.
What is
the topic.
e-bikes? What is the e-bikes? We have e-bikes?
Yeah, well, maybe let's just go do the beautification parts of things first. You had a comment on that?
On the murals,
Yeah, any of the ones that Shelley kind of brought up on the murals, she said.
yeah, so murals, I'm fine with cutting, I was gonna say the e-bikes.
So let's stick with the murals for now.
The victim services, I agree to find out where the money's going to first. But if you were just talking about murals, then yeah, I'd cut it.
Any other comments on the murals?
I would cut it.
I'd like to see them cut as well.
There's 4 cuts, so maybe they'll go. Any others?
Well, that'll put me on the minority of wanting to keep them, but I guess it won't matter anymore, will it?
Probably not, because I'm on that minority too.
I'd like to see the wraps gone. That's an unnecessary expense. Nice to have, but it's unnecessary.
And once again, I would say some beautification, it helps your town look good, be attractive to people, be attractive to residents and those visiting town who might want to work here too. That's fine, and it's $11,000, which does not really do much in the budget.
There are potential savings per average taxpayer per month on these items. By the time we're all done, that would be some good math to see.
So I don't have that exact number because it's gonna depend what you're talking about, but if we're saying a 1% tax increase, this is about $120,000.
Yeah.
So currently the budget has 3% built into it.
So if we talk ourselves out of $40,000 worth of beautification, let's say across the board, we're able to do something like that.
Yeah, that's like 1/3 of a percentage on the municipal requisition, roughly. So rather than 3, we'd be at like 2 2/3. So, and again, this, like, there's certain elements that, because of inflation, we just, you know, I would say 2% is kind of your bench line, keeping everything the same, no additional, in a normal circumstance, right? We're in, you know, inflation. I don't have exact Alberta numbers at this point, but nationally it's trending towards 2%. Now, we've had a couple of years where inflation was higher. We didn't fully capture all that through the municipal requisition, and that's why you've got this year where even when we're picking up additional revenue from the utility fund, you know, we still need, our budget currently still has a 3% increase. Now, if council's entertaining some of these reductions, then you could potentially get that number a bit lower.
Currently, say again, currently has a, how much increase?
3% increase to the municipal requisition.
What is winter tree replacement? What is that?
The median, green trees that go in.
Just replacing the tree?
Yeah, that's,
That's
Christmas
not it.
lights in general. Great.
no, and that's the specifically the
oh,
trees,
okay.
the cost has increased. That might be 2 trees.
Uh-huh.
Don't quote me on that. I don't remember.
They were pretty expensive.
They were
They're
very
actually like
expensive.
shockingly expensive.
Yeah. Might be one.
Why are they so expensive?
Because they're not just like Walmart type things. They've got
Yeah.
like strong frames that are to be out in the
UV
public, they've got
rated.
heavy bases.
Yeah.
It's kind of like our Christmas lights. I've seen some of the quotes for some of those and because they're more robust than you would get at like, you would take to a local store and got like a whole Christmas decoration for the animal. We've got like heavy duty frames in them. Some of them have anchoring requirements. They're quite expensive.
So this isn't just the trees in the pots on
Yeah.
Main Street.
Yes.
That's $8,000
Yes.
for one tree.
We, for
One
example,
or two.
our costs for supplies have exponentially gone up. A bench that used to be $2,500 is now 4,000.
But a tree?
Well, I mean, the bench was the same material 3 years ago, so
Yeah.
why the big
But
increase?
there's
We
labor
don't
and
know.
so on for the tree. or
Oh,
for the
yeah.
Bench, I mean.
Well, the tree, somebody's putting it together somewhere, so.
Okay, no, that's right. Wow.
what-
You know, the one thing I'll say about Christmas. Christmas decoration, you know, the one thing that they matter to me. And I'm saying this because when I came downtown last night, and I saw those little white kind of things, and I went, oh man, that's really cool to see. There are certain things that Christmas isn't Christmas without Christmas decorations. A house is not a Christmas house without a Christmas tree. You know, there's certain things that are part and parcel of it, and I think, I can live with, personally, I can live without the murals, I can live without the wraps around the power things, because they're a utility, that's fine, I can do that. Christmas, there's something about it, there's something about community, there's something about when the parade goes down, and we can cancel the parade, we want to save a few bucks. I think that there are certain things you just don't do because they're part of what makes your community a community, and so I'm kind of cool with the Christmas decor, I'm kind of cool with the winter tree replacement. I'm kind of cool with the snow removal around Christmas, I'm just kidding, but I mean, there's certain things that make Christmas Christmas. I don't want to see those kind of touched, they matter.
Well, my concern with cutting the beautification, like if we run the math on it, somebody with a $3,000 tax bill a month, we're gonna save them $1.65 by cutting the murals and the utility wraps. And if we don't keep, you know, adding to these things and evergreening these things, you know, like, I mean, we're not having an appreciable impact. We're just ruining some people's favorite stuff. That's what we're doing. And there's plenty of people where the mural is their favorite stuff. It might not be any of us, but they're there.
Well, it was one of the highest.
It is the highest.
Yeah.
It's not one of the, it is.
But if we can cut 1% while we are increasing utility rates.
Well, it's like I said, Mr. Carr, it's $1.65 a month. I just did the math.
Yeah, and what would the impact be that we're raising the rate significantly and then we paint a mural. What are people gonna say about that? I can tell you what the optics will be on that.
I'm not worried about the optics.
I am.
Well,
We're-
then you're
we're
concerned for
getting
yourself.
trapped
I'm
on
saying
that.
like, I'm saying these are the things that people enjoy when they're in town. So
And they will
we
continue
can,
to
we
enjoy
can,
them.
well, the ones we have.
Yes.
But again, if we had non-forward-looking people in these chairs the whole time, we have none of these things that we currently have. So what I'm saying is if we don't keep investing in them and evergreening them, then eventually they go away. They get painted over, as we've had some, because they do wear out over time. And we don't, we don't replace it, and pretty soon they're gone. And so
That's fair.
it's like anything else, yes, it's nice today, but next year it's a little more faded, the year after that it's a little more faded. And now we've gone 1 year where we didn't do any new ones, we're gonna go 2, we're gonna go 3. And next thing you know, these things start to disappear. The utility wraps wear out, we don't replace them, and then we're back to metal gray or rust or whatever. So yeah, if I don't paint my living room every year, it doesn't look much nicer, but after 10, 15 years, it's like, maybe we should have been doing that.
Well, one thing I'm thinking about a 3% increase on our overall taxes. If I take a look what I've been hearing out of other cities and other places, 3% is certainly nowhere near the high end of tax increase. As a matter of fact, I think it's probably trending toward the lower of what I've heard sort of floated out there. Now, I'm not sure where they're gonna end up. But I know that I've been hearing 7%, 8%, 6% here, higher than that in some. So I'm pretty comfortable with 3% overall taxes, especially the way everything else has been going in this world. I think we've done a hell of a job to get there.
Yeah, so just to that point, like one of the benefits of the change to push the costs over to the utility customer, it's not necessarily that you're gonna see reductions in the municipal requisition. You just won't see it go up as fast as otherwise would need to, right? To keep everything else the same, right? And so that's where like, again, councils need to decide. In a town where there's been really no meaningful population growth for a decade, the pressures continue to mount on the services that municipalities are expected to provide. People either pay for it or you don't provide those services.
So I've got a question here. The grants to businesses, has it run its course? Like, is there still applications and things happening or not? Mrs. Miller?
The last intake of 2024, we didn't get any applications. I believe our development team is anticipating applications in the new year.
Because we could take half of that off. It's 25,000, which amounts to.
Is that more of a spring thing, like than a fall thing? I feel like in the fall, people are kind of moving in a different direction. So a lot of these things like, painting or beautification, that's kind of more we apply in the spring, kind of do over the summer.
I would agree too. It's a fairly new program, so this was the first year once people started to become aware. Plus, we're starting to direct some applications through development if it requires certain improvements that's over and above, for example, what the applicant had intended. We can drive them towards this program to help some of the matching funding to see those improvements happen. And so I'd say yes, and then yes, they do their planning over the winter and put it all together for the spring and do the work next year.
Did we get an answer on e-bikes? What is that?
We didn't get.
That's me, I'm sorry.
E-bikes?
Yes, I put them in there because I've seen how successful they were for the downtown Apex, and so I thought our bylaw or our CPO can be on a bike too. I thought that, foolish me, I thought that I could get 2 bikes for $6,000. That's why I put them in operating, but I've been since educated that I would take that to get 1 half decent bike. So no matter what, that will move over to the small cap because it would be a capital item regardless. So that's 6,000 that would come out of operating.
And those e-bikes would be for the RCs?
No.
Oh.
No, our internal staff, our CPO and our director. or bylaw, whoever.
What if we have good cardio as one of the required? Then you don't need.
That's right.
Okay, Counselor Shannon did speak to, I think she mentioned the energy manager position, and I would speak in opposition to that one. Basically, I think it's a forward looking thing, and I'm thinking that some of our municipal grants that are tied in particular to the federal government are going to be looking at, okay, what are you doing with respect to your environmental climate change, whatever you want to call it. So I think it's a position that could help us get some of our data together and our planning together just to help that long range aspect of our town. But Councillor Shannon, your hand's up.
You're on mute, Councillor. You're still on mute, Councillor Shannon.
Oh, sorry about that. I just wanted to mention a few things. I mentioned what I wanted to see gone, but I would like to kind of say what I would like to see stay, and that would be, you know, the grants to organizations, anything to do with economic development in this list, I would like to see stay there. And I would use the same logic as kicking the can down the road. We've kicked it long enough, and I don't think we can afford to get rid of any of those economic development initiatives in there. I do get the energy manager position. That does, you are right, the federal government is going to be looking at more of that. But I just wanted to kind of state what I would not like to see gone, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah, we just keep everything on here. The reason I'm saying that is I can tie in I've said this before in council, you can tie any $2 together. Why do you send a person to the moon when there's a starving kid in Africa? I can connect any $2, it's no problem, it's easy to do. It's not logical to do, but it's easy to do. Why are you spending money on STARS ambulance when you could be putting it into home? Why are you spending your money on the homeless who are doing this downtown when you could be spending it over here? You can always tie the $2 together and have an argument. But all of them are, to an extent, again, go back to Christmas lights, all of them are little small things that make a difference in your community. Is it nicer to have a picture on the wall than a flat colored white wall on the building? Yeah, it is. It's nicer. Do I particularly like a goose or something like that? I may or may not particularly like one. Irrelevant. It kind of looks better than a blank wall. So I think that the minor impact of removing them, potentially, if you keep doing that, you end up with less than you had. So my feeling is, as long as we're hitting the 3% or lower, and we're comfortable doing that, that we should basically leave this one alone for the small amount of impact it's going to make. Somebody wants to tie those dollars together, they can. But I don't think it means, wow, you spent $50 on a McDonald's meal. You're ridiculous. I'm not sure that I can make the statement. I'm just not sure how valid it is.
Thanks. Any further comments?
1% is how much?
120,000.
Is how much? 120,000.
I would agree with Councillor. Once we can figure that, like, I mean, if we can figure that victim services thing, that's the one that I don't know where it's going. The other ones I think I understand. I understand the e-bike now thing, you know, whatever. The victim services, I just don't know where it lands. That's all.
If we're not getting the value.
I just don't know where it goes.
Okay, well, does anybody have an objection to Mr. Good's proposal?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Yes.
Okay, so that means we're back to the list. Councillor Ford.
I can tell you the stuff I would cut, but, just doing the math with what I could cut here, plus if we did not approve the, chipper, my total comes to $210,800.
What's your list?
Chippers, if I may,
What's it without the chipper?
Mrs. Miller has a comment.
I was just gonna say,
Once-
capital, you can't mix capital with,
But it's still,
Operating
it's
right
still
now.
a tax increase.
no, no, because the chipper's coming out of reserves or grant funding or something. Can't plan capital with operating, we're talking operating right now. At 3%. Can I read something? May I have a moment? I just saw this morning on LinkedIn. It was a budget expert. Okay, I just want to put this out there for food for thought. It's talking about going through the budget and, you know, regulatory stuff, and it gets to discretionary services. And it says discretionary services, slash and burn all you want here. These are the functions that are discretionary. There's no legal requirement to provide them. There are arenas, swimming pools, parks, golf courses, senior centers, culture facilities, playgrounds, libraries, theaters. Almost none of these turn a profit. Your parks are actually likely to represent an opportunity cost of tens of millions. The only examples on earth of roads being run like a business involve substantial tolls. It's also talking about how people like to think a municipality should be run like a business, and we can't be compared to like running like a business. So here's the thing, the discretionary bit, the only thing you can eliminate is what makes your community worth living in. Quality of life is the primary attractant and retention factor for businesses. Investment in these services improves public health outcomes. If you would like your community to grow, and it should grow between 2.5% to 3% a year to stay economically healthy, you need to have a decent quality of life. Recreation, arts, parks, libraries are a major part of that. So I just wanted that to resonate a moment. It's what you were talking about, the Christmas lights. It means something to people. And that's all I wanted to say. That's maybe resonating.
Thank you. Well,
I d-
Councillor
Could I just-
Shannon? Yep.
I just want to say one thing that I agree, I don't want anybody to touch the Christmas lights.
And I feel the same thing about utility box. Perhaps I don't like the rust, so there you go. It's very much that quality of life though, and, you know, mental health as well in your environment. Very much affected by most of this list. So I don't know that we're getting very far here. We've had the victim services. People seem to agree on checking into that a little more. The e-bikes are now over into the capital. So say that's 20,000 out of the 120,000, so that's 1/6. So whatever, 6.006 or something, I don't know, percent. And the rest, I don't know that we have agreement.
But the murals, we had 4 people say. Nix them.
Apparently the murals that have 4 out of 7 saying goodbye murals. So that brings us to 40,000, so that's 1/3, so that's 0.33 of something or other.
It would have with the utility reps.
I'm sticking up for them, same as I'm sticking up for the Christmas.
With what everyone else.
I kind of like the idea of wraps. Again, I like the idea of,
Your mic.
sorry. I like the idea of the, I like the idea of the murals, I like the idea of the Christmas decor, and I like the idea of the winter placement. To me, they're the same. People have an attachment to Christmas, but there are a lot of people that don't. And they could make an argument, well, I'm not a Christian and I not really, you know, I don't celebrate it this year and that kind of stuff. And so you're putting all this money into that. It doesn't do anything for me. And there are people who feel that way. I know some of them. I know that one of the most talked about things on Facebook was the Was it the murals or the wraps fire?
I want them all, but what do you want?
Which one was the one on Facebook got real,
The murals.
the murals got tremendous amount of support?
Well, they want the Santa Claus over the.
Well, I mean, well, this, but no,
That's
the
not on the
murals
list.
were
No, I know.
definitely supported on Facebook by people, so, and that happened, so. Yeah, I can see why you wanna cut, like, save $20,000, I get it, I understand that, that part doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that I don't like it, therefore we should get rid of it, but it's okay if I don't want you to get rid of what I personally like.
Okay, but that's why we have a vote of.
Yeah. I look at this list as
Fair
wants, not 100% needs. That's how I'm looking at this.
Well, if you're looking at wants not needs, you can't really argue, and I hate to put it
That's
this way,
a
you
long
can't really
shot.
argue for Christmas decor or trees.
Oh, less at 75.
No, but I'm just saying that wants and needs is really subjective on this one. Fire service, for example, is not mandated under the MGA. A municipality does not have to provide fire service. Oh, if you know that, you don't.
Oh, I didn't know
Huh?
that.
No, you don't need to.
You don't have to.
There's no legal requirement. Now, your insurance rates will go through the roof if you don't have one, and it might make your community not worth living in. But there's no requirement under the MGA to provide fire service. So is it a want or a need? Well, the government thinks it's a want.
So
So I just making that point
So
sarcastically.
you're a yes for the utility reps, then is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it sounded like you was a yes for the whole list earlier.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, who's yes for the utility reps? Who's no?
I'm opposed.
So utility reps are going again.
Okay.
Okay, so we are at 5 to 10. And we've still got another budget to have a look at here. So
We good with the rest of it, or can we live with it?
What about the street furniture? What is that?
I don't know what
a bench, a planter,
benches and seats and
that garbage can.
tables and.
Counselor Good, your mic's still on.
No, it's not.
Are we going to do anything with either of these positions at the end, the energy manager or the municipal intern?
I think we keep it, especially the intern. I'll fight for the intern because it's what's the percentage of funding we're getting from outside on that? 80%, something.
Is that the 80% one?
It's quite a bit. Yeah, we're getting
is that the energy map?
$60,000
Yeah,
for the 18 months.
yeah, so I think that's a heck of an investment.
And I'll argue for the energy manager position for the reasons I gave before.
And you're right, it will kick and hurt us some funding in other areas, so.
Councilor Ford?
The intake that we're doing for the grants to businesses, that's in the last, that's not upcoming, we have that money right now. Or are we taking in for 2025 now?
We haven't done a 2025 intake for,
So the intake that's coming up right now is for 2025, which is not yet budgeted, or?
If it's not on this list, can we stick to this list just so that we can deal with this screen?
It is on the list.
The grants to businesses, he wants to know if the 50,000 is totally spent this year and.
it was not fully subscribed this year because, sorry,
Yes, sir.
it was not fully subscribed this year because we got zero intake on the last, or we've got zero applications on the last intake. So I think it was around 37,000 that was awarded this year.
So 13,500 is hopefully unspent from that category this year.
I think that's what it was, like, does that sound about right? And we haven't opened up intake for 2025 because we haven't got a budget yet.
So that doesn't roll over then?
No, it doesn't. Only if it's committed. If it's committed, but we haven't got the receipts yet to write the check, then that's accrued like payable.
And what percentage of those, may I ask, actually collect on their grant? Like, I was thinking today when I drove around, there was a company that had applied for money for roll shutters. And I have not seen any roll shutters downtown. I think it's one of the cannabis stores.
I'm not sure, but I can ask to have a year-end wrap-up report
so
come forward on that.
I'm curious how many of them actually collect on.
Okay, yeah. Are you making that? Thank you.
Okay, so, at this point, the will of the group seems to be investigate, victim services. The e-bikes are over in Capitol, the murals are gone, and the utility wraps are gone.
Okay, so there hasn't been any clear direction on the energy manager.
The energy manager, who would like the energy manager position to remain?
I think so, yeah.
I would.
Seems to be remaining.
Okay,
And the intern
stay, yeah.
seems to be remaining.
Oh, yeah. No brains.
How many of the rest stay? Make it short, sweet. I'll ask the question.
No,
How many?
Something else you want cut?
Yeah.
What?
I'll be the Scrooge and, cut the Christmas decor, the winter tree replacement and the street furniture.
How many would like all of those cut?
And that's,
I'll repeat myself. How many would like all of those cut?
just throwing it out there.
Are you putting up your hand?
Raise your
Because you.
Yeah.
How many? Okay, one person wants them all cut, so they remain.
Okay, I lost.
Okay, so, I think we need to wrap this up. Is there anything else we could consider in this, tax supported draft budget? Anybody?
Is there any room to move on that 250,000 for our economic and development?
Well, it's on this list. What would you say to it?
I'm just wondering why it's such a huge part of this list. It's like, if we're going for a 3% tax increase, that's almost 2% of that.
So.
How do we justify that?
So I don't have the breakdown right in front of me, but I can get that fairly quickly. It's your business retention specialist position. So at that position, salary, benefits, et cetera, along with the ECDEV committee. So the initiatives that they have. And again, I have to check to see what else is in there specifically, but I just basically put that number as, that's something that over the past couple of years has been added to this budget, right? It wasn't previously something that was part of budgets if you were to go back prior, 3 years or more prior. So, if you're looking at areas where we've added service level and there's discussion around reductions, it would be a potential. But if council is satisfied with where, I haven't tracked the exact total number, but it sounds like we're going to be closer to a 2.5% increase rather than a 3 after all is said and done. If council is satisfied with that type of figure going forward with the utility rates as proposed as well, then we can proceed and make those changes and bring those figures back to you.
I think we've only got like 40 and change.
So 2.66%.
$1.65.
Okay, so, really economic development has the 50,000 and the 250,000 that would have been added over time. I think the two grants, or the grant and the committee part of things with the position. Great. So those would have been additions over time that our council really made on, our council would have been responsible for that. Anything else there? Yes.
So we haven't really discussed those grants to businesses a whole bunch, but if it was underutilized and there's 37 left,
No,
No.
spent.
37 spent, why don't we just cut the 50?
I'll think for this one. I think that you're sending a message to your business. I mean, one of the things that businesses have said over the number of years is that council hasn't paid enough attention to it. And I think we listened to it. I think, Byron and I, when the COVID grant, Byron, remember back those days? When we came up with the COVID grant, it was because we were listening to businesses talking about the difficulties that they were having. And I think it's worth us supporting the business community and being seen that, you know, justice doesn't only have to be done, it needs to be seen to be done. And if it's 50 and we don't spend the 50, it was there, it was available to people, it gave them an opportunity. We save 20 at the end. We can move that 20 into something else, but I think we're better to be visible supporting our business than we are to say, no, we're gonna let business do it on its own. I think, yeah, that's just my feeling. I think we keep it.
Yeah, just to comment on that, I'm just looking at the spending. I don't disagree with you at all. I'm just looking at the spending of it because with the water rates and all that going up, that's what happens. As Director Mumford said, we're now from 3% to 2.5%. We could be at 2%.
Only by sacrificing something that's fairly important.
It's all a matter of balance.
Yeah.
Okay, so, is there any objection to going, forward with the sort of the 2.5, 2.6, whatever it is that we've got to on this, thing, which meant, kind of deciding that 13.5 from the stars is, or not stars, victim services might be going. Apparently for sure the murals and the wraps are gone and the e-bikes are gone.
What about the grants for businesses?
Okay, what about the grants for businesses?
I think we keep it.
How many want to keep the grants for businesses?
I'd be comfortable cutting grants for businesses, grants for groups in half. That'd be a $50,000 savings right there.
Okay, let's see, grants for businesses, who wants to keep them? Let's please just at 50 is what the thing was. So,
At 50, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
okay, it has a majority of 4, so stays 4 or 5, whatever it is. With respect to the grants to organizations, I would speak to keeping that at 50,000 because usually it gets spent. And it's spent on things that enhance our community, basically, and involve quite a few people actually in our community. But anyways, that's my thoughts.
Was it fully utilized?
I think
pretty
we've got
close,
one.
pretty darn
two.
close. Grants and groups, we pretty much did zero.
Subscribed, well, yeah.
Yeah, that one I'm fine.
Okay, who wants to keep the grants to groups? Who doesn't?
I don't. I would like to see a reduction for sure. I think I'd be comfortable going to 25.
Okay, I think the majority said 50, go forth. Okay, so I'm going to try and draw this to the end because it's 10-ish after 10. So Mr. Mugford, sort of got the changes, a little investigation on 1 or 2 aspects, and perhaps somebody could move the council accept the draft 2025 tax supported operating budget presentation for information. Councillor Carr so moves. All of those in favor? Opposed?
In favor.
Aye.
It is carried. Thank you. Next up, we have the second review of the draft 2025 capital budget. And there is at least, I'm going to say at least one item enclosed that we need to have a conversation about. So.
I'll keep the comments on this.
No, that's
very
okay.
brief. The only
I don't know, shouldn't have gone off till it passed.
So the only changes in this from the version that you've seen previously is the inclusion of 75,000 in corporate services to commence our ERP project. And we're just proposing to fund that from tax supported.
This was the accounting
The
software.
account, this is just kind of our first preliminary steps in that with the significant costs to be incurred in 26 and 27. And we reduced the trail funding by 150,000 and we reduced the pool small cap from 200,000 to 20, so 180,000 reduction. So those are the only changes in where this sits right now. So again, the changes, some of those items were being funded through LGFF, so we have a little bit more LGFF carried forward going into 2026. And otherwise, there were no changes to this. So the question before council is, do you have further items or further thoughts?
Well, I would say a lot of this is have tos or fall apart kind of stuff, so, or disintegrate further. in my opinion. So anybody, infrastructure and development is kind of where we're looking here. Or not, I said that wrong, I'm confused. Draft capital. We had quite the discussion earlier on, but, okay, Councillor Good is going to move to accept the draft, 2025 capital budget for information, but, really people, any discussion, further discussion? Are we ready to vote? Oh, you have a question? No, I will vote. Councillor Good moved. Right, Councillor Good. Okay, so
I'm in favor.
Councillor Good has the proposed motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Okay, everybody's clear on what we're voting on? Are we all, who's in favor?
In favor.
Aye.
Okay, it is carried. Thank you, Mr. Mugford, and I think our earlier conversation added to that one. Okay, next up, we have reports, anything, someone, Mark or Mr. Boychuk wants to say about his reports from a couple of months?
Just some of the things I've been doing that have been directly related or ties to Peace River. I got to get a little better at tying how we are tied, but just trying to get some information out there, some info share, and some feedback from others.
Okay, thank you. Next up, the Apex final report, 3-month pilot project, unaudited. Anybody want to there? If not, maybe someone would move the council accept reports 9.1 and 9.2 for information. Councillor Ford so moves. All those in favor?
Aye.
In favor.
Thank you. Information items, we have a couple of ones in front of us there, and I note on the November 15th one, letters of support have gone for 2 minor hockey provincial tournaments in March. Anybody else have any comments on the communication packages? Okay, maybe someone moves the council accept items 10.1 and actually 10.1 for information. Councillor Carso moves. All those in favor?
In favor.
Okay, so Councillor Shannon, you're in favor of accepting those reports for information?
Yes.
Great. Okay, it is carried. Comments from the public, or no, notice the motion?
I thought none of you were.
None? No, comments from the public, they kind of left. Key communication items. Okay, all the budget businesses, business that we discussed, including and then also the public security 3-month pilot project, update. what else? Alberta Transportation, including information on the bridge, ATCO, the lights, 150 to go. Anything else somebody wants to mention? We have Light Up the Park this Friday, 7 to 8 p.m. Fireworks parade Saturday, 5 p.m. Anything else, people? Moving right along here. Okay, next up then, we might get somebody to move us into closed. Councillor moves us into closed at 10:14. All those in favor?
In favor.
We have a 1 minute break.